And the book's online. Somebody else. Okay.
Oh, there's a chat.
Oh. Here, okay. But the camera isn't working, I don't think. Yeah, it's
Okay.
just see Jen do something. I don't know if Jen wants everyone else something.
What'd you say?
Can you hear me, Suzanne?
Yes, but you're not coming in really clearly, most of you.
Sorry, guys. It's doing the right one. It doesn't see that one. Give me a second.
So if you can hear me, we're just trying to work out some technical details in the room. Bear with us and let us know if the quality of our voices change.
Faster. Good job, Genevieve.
And then Amelia, would you unmute yourself so we can check if we can hear you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, okay, I think that means we can officially call the meeting to order. Ms. Jody Moore, I am Chair of the Network Advisory Council. We're going to begin with introductions and we will start here in the room. Tracy, would you please go first?
I pretend to be someone else.
No.
I'm Tracy from the state. This is a public meeting, people. Let's behave ourselves.
No.
No, I'm not. I'm not gonna be allowed.
Donna Underwood, Sheridan County Library. Susie McIntyre, Great Falls Public Library.
Mark Weatherington, Bitterroot Public Library. Mitch Grady, Livingston Park County Public Library.
Bobby DeMontney, Montana State Library.
Colleen Bartow, Montana State Library.
Alyssa Ramirez, Lincoln County Library. Jenny Stapp, State Library.
Rebecca Camp, State Library.
Tracy Cook, State Library.
Yes.
Circle what you wish for.
Yeah.
Amy Margaret, State Library.
Sarah
and I are out.
So folks online, let's see. Amelia, I see you first.
Amelia Kim, Montana State Library.
And Suzanne.
Suzanne Reimer, Montana State Library.
Genevieve, is there a way to see? Pam.
Pam Henley, State Library.
And then, oh, from the NAC, we have Erin.
Good morning, Erin LaFramboise, from Browning, Montana.
And Dorlin.
Dorlin Rossman, Montana State University in Bozeman.
I'm gonna skip down to Lori, who's also on the NAC. Lori, would you introduce yourself?
Lori Kennedy, Dillon Public Library.
And then it looks like we have Elizabeth Jonkel.
Yeah, Elizabeth Jonkel, Missoula Public Library. I'm just sitting in to listen as much as I can.
Thank you. Franklin.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Franklin Runge. I'm the state law librarian, and I'm also here to sort of listen in where I can and pick up what you all are up to.
Well, thank you for joining us. Nikki.
Hi, I'm Nikki Erickson. I'm from the Plains Public Library.
Well, it's a pleasure to have everyone, state library staff, guests, and NAC members. I think we've got almost everyone here. We're missing Patricia, maybe.
Yeah, and I'll just say a couple of quick things if you don't mind.
Please.
We have renamed our new conference room. Some of you have been here before, but for others, it's the first time in our new conference room space here at our new state library. It is the Gertrude Buckhouse Meeting Room, named after the first state librarian. She was the state librarian under the State Library Extension Service out of the University of Montana. So that's the name. We're excited to put up some signage and some pictures of her in here, so people know a little bit more about our friend Gertrude.
Trudy.
Yeah.
My library board recently watched the video that Colleen put together and enjoyed
Yeah.
it very much.
Coley is the
On
resident
YouTube.
expert on Gertrude. Yes.
Quite a lady. And if you haven't watched the video, please do. I've learned more since then.
And then
I want that video.
And then I don't know if Patricia's gonna be able to join us today, but Patricia will be stepping down. She's leaving MSU Northern Commission in a week or two. So the commission will be talking about appointments to the NAC later on.
Okay, so just to remind everybody, the NAC automatically has a seat held by a serving commissioner, so he will be filling that position. Okay, anything else, any orders of business that we need to talk about? Genevieve, how about for folks where the bathroom is?
Bathroom is out this door, just that direction.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and there's a refrigerator. if we need a refrigerator.
All right, first thing on our agenda today, you received the final minutes from the November 4th NAC meeting. And then the draft minutes of the February 1st meeting. Did anybody have any comments, questions, or edits for the draft minutes?
There's an individual who's listed on the draft minutes that wasn't there. Holly Flanaker.
Anything else? Hearing none.
I move that we accept the minutes in February.
Thank you, Susie. Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second. This is Lori.
Thank you, Lori. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? All right, the minutes from February 1st have been accepted. Coley, I think you are up next. I don't know if you want to speak from where you are. I think everyone's hearing us online.
Yeah, as long as everyone can hear online. Maybe come up.
Yeah. You come up.
Stand in the middle of the tables.
And we'll crawl under and then get in the skinny middle.
Do a close up on the camera.
Oh, holy hell. Thank you so much for taking a few minutes and kind of continuing the discussion that we started in February. I just wanted to check in to see if you had any thoughts or questions or responses to the questions that we posed in the memo prior to the meeting. And it is an action item, and so that's part of the work today is to take action to then forward recommendations onto the commission.
Can I recommend stating the motion to start with and then having discussion?
Okay. So we have an action item on our agenda that is to accept the recommendations from the Continuing Education and Certification Task Force. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to accept the recommendations of the task force as presented.
Thank you, Mark.
This is Erin. I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the recommendations as they've been presented. We did review these in February. Coley, thank you for being patient with us and waiting until May. Is there any discussion, any questions from those on the NAC or from our guests?
I had a quick question.
Yeah.
The implementation date is July 1st, 2024. So does everybody start new for FY25 on that, or can you kind of bring over stuff that you have and continue on?
Yeah, I think our intention is to have kind of that transition period, just like in 2009, there was a little bit of a transition period. And I think, just Bobby and I were meeting to kind of talk about the ins and outs of actually making the updates in Aspen, and we can move very quickly to implement the changes. So that might be one thing, the July 1st implementation date, it might not be necessary to push it out that far. But in the meantime, people would continue on. And what we would also do is that, you know, with more flexibility, especially for library administration track. And so anyone who would qualify under the new rules or the new requirements when the commission takes action would then qualify for certification immediately. We just have so many instances where, in particular, library directors have more than enough credits overall. And that really fits this new model for flexibility, and it would mean that more directors are able to be certified in the time and acknowledging the effort that they've put in to do the work of continuing education. So, yeah.
Is there a downside to making that implementation date earlier?
No. There is not, at this moment, knowing that what we know, I don't think there's a downside, but maybe we haven't thought of that. I don't know, Tracy, or.
Well, I would say that my advice would be you could leave it that, but absolutely, if you can deliver sooner, that's fine. Then that gives you time both to work through the commission process, communicate all the changes, and I mean, I think Aspen will be easy, but should you run into something, then it gives you that flexibility.
That would be great.
Susie, I think.
Well, and I hadn't thought about this ahead of time, but Tracy and I were talking on the way here. One thing I would really like to see included is some sort of way, you know, right now it feels like the trainings are really heavily weighted toward webinars and in-person things. If we could do something where, like, you read this great management book and you wrote a half-page paragraph summary, like something. A lot of us learn best by reading, and there's a lot of great books out there about a lot of great things. And so, like, one of my workers checked out the Librarian's Guide to Homelessness and took it home and read it, and I just feel like she should get credit for that. So I know that's hard because you don't want people gaming the system, but I just think a lot of learners learn that way. That's my one piece of advice.
I think you know, in going through this process with making recommendations around the requirements for certification, that will help us set those kind of input level definitions. You need to have this many credits in these areas. You know, recognizing that there is a need for a balanced and kind of well-rounded experience. But what we have more flexibility with then is the implementation. And so I'm concurrently working on a handbook that you know, has more clear definitions of what continuing education is, that provides some ideas and avenues and opportunities for things that maybe fall outside of what we've traditionally considered the regular sit and get webinar or conference or that sort of thing. So I'll reach out after we make through our way through the process for getting the recommendations and the requirements through, and then look at and get feedback on what that handbook will say in terms of guidance for what qualifies. Yeah,
Great. Any other questions or comments? Anybody online? Okay, we do have a motion and we have a second to adopt the task force recommendations. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? I think that motion carries. Thank you, Calais.
Thank you so much.
I'll be in touch.
And like Blaise said, this will be an action item then at the State Library Commission meeting. That meeting's on June 14th. So you'll see that agenda and similar documents posted and shared with the commission.
And Jenny, do you expect that the commission will happily adopt, or will there be some concerns?
Well, I feel like we should be prepared for anything, but Robin was an active participant in the task force. And I know she's really appreciated the process and communicated that to the commission, so I hope that they won't have a lot of concerns. Yeah. And I think we'll invite members from the task force to the meeting to be there and be able to answer questions, and similarly, if any of the NET members want to participate in that meeting as well.
Great work, Lily.
Thank you. No, it's really a great introduction. And to get to know some of the folks who are on the task force a little bit better, they were new friends and new colleagues, and they really were very thoughtful in listening and listening to each other and looking at feedback. So I feel good about the project.
And given that Colet's only worked for us for 14 months, that's a pretty big lift to get off the ground. Yeah, your first 14 months of employment with us.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Bravo.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Moving on in our agenda, we have a slate of ARPA reports, LSTA reports, library development reports, and it looks like Rebecca gets to lead us in the first two.
So as some of you are aware, we had the opportunity to present on our ARPA award and LSTA final report at the commission meeting with fellow staff members as well as invited guests from around the state. Our ARPA award closed out on April 30th. And so now we will be submitting that final report to the Institute of Museum and Library Services. And for our ARPA award, we focused on two main areas, and those were broadband and e-resources. In the attached meeting materials, you can see the full length of the report, but a couple of highlights. For our approach for improving broadband access, some of you have participated in this project, but we completed cabling installation at 28 libraries and equipment upgrades at 29 libraries, which have resulted in more reliable networks around the states. And we've seen some really remarkable and measurable improvements from that project. So libraries such as Darby Community Library have reported they started out with speeds around 30 megabytes per second, and now they're all the way up to 423 megabytes per second. So this is an incredible change for them and is opening up a lot of opportunities for their patrons to do things that require internet intensive technology. So Zoom meetings, interviews, all of those things that we are aware of now in our kind of post-COVID environment. And then 95 libraries helped bridge access to the internet by loaning hotspots. And we've maintained a dashboard about the hotspot program that is available online for you to review. But residents from 53 different counties can borrow over 900 hotspots. And 48% of those users have reported that they're using them for educational or work-related purposes, such as completing homework, working remotely, or applying for jobs. We've got some great quotes that have come in and stories from using the hotspots. And one of my favorites that I've quoted in the past is from a patron that is homebound. And she said, "Thank you so much. I am disabled, unable to afford Wi-Fi, and being able to connect with the outside world is such a gift." I just think that's such a great quote and really shows the impact of this program around the state. Kara and Tracy, do you have anything you would like to say about our broadband projects?
You were so excellent at reporting. I think you summed it up well.
Great. And I do want to refer you back to that memo because there is a map that'll give you a picture of where we did those library network upgrades around the state and how the libraries received those improvements, whether it's cabling or equipment. And then we'll turn to our Library Services and Technology Act reports. So you'll see that this is for the 2021 award. And the way LSTA works is it's in a 2-year cycle. And so we are just closing out and reporting on 2021. And this will be on our previous 5-year plan, which will conclude with our 2022 award. So we'll report on that in December, and then we'll move on to our new 5-year plan. But with our LSTA support, we distribute funds to several different buckets. We focus on information access, consulting services, talking book services, continuing ed, e-content, the Montana History Portal, lifelong learning, and then there's sort of these administrative, 4% administrative we do, and then unique in this past year was we had our 5-year evaluation, which is an evaluation administered by an external agency so that IMLS can see how well we're meeting our plan objectives. And some great outcomes from that program as well, especially as far as expanding information access. Under this past award year, it was our transition to working with the Utah State Library for the talking book service. We provided service to 1,774 patrons around the state, and we see opportunity for a lot of growth under our new program with Utah. Marilyn gave me a quote from one of her patrons that I thought was great, but I'll share that with you too. She said, "My aunt was so blessed to have received this machine and endless books. She had a few strokes and wasn't able to hold a book to read. She had been a librarian for a few decades and couldn't live without being able to read books. It was such a blessing. I just wanted to thank you for this incredible generosity of this gift to her." You're well aware of many of the impacts of the other programs we offer, such as the Montana Shared Catalog, Montana Library to Go, and your wonderful consultants. But I do want to give an opportunity to the others in the room that have participated in LSTA projects. If you would like to share any highlights. Oh, that's okay. And not to put you on the spot, but of course, we know that the Montana History Portal not only went through a name change, but also migrated to Recollect and funded through ARPA and our e-resources. Dave was a new position and he contributed a lot in our social media to make or to drive even more traffic to the history portal. So I guess I kind of breezed right over the e-resources section of our ARPA award, but we did invest dollars into Montana Library to Go, the history portal, as well as bolstering our school library media shared collection. And I'm going to let you read more of those highlights through our report, but I do want to provide an opportunity for any questions you might have.
Rebecca, I find your report so lovely and like so nice to share with people, the visually, the data there, and then there's always something that makes me want to cry when I read it. So I just think you're doing an amazing job. And how fun is it to see the new logo at the top of all these reports?
It looks great, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm offended by it.
What a big day. So much for behaving.
I personally at the top of the LSTA report is a half circle in rainbow order, and I love the rainbow, so it brought me great joy.
Yeah. I want to thank our staff, not only for their work, but also for the reporting. I think it's really important for us to show this kind of transparency. We took kind of a deep dive into these reports with the commission at their meeting at the Library Association conference last month. And I think I want people to be aware of how we're using our federal dollars and to feel really confident in how we're using those dollars to benefit Montanans. I also want to try to be a model for other libraries and other recipients of these kinds of federal funds in doing this kind of reporting. So that the reporting is meaningful and impactful, I think is really good feedback for us.
Rebecca, do you help people do things like this?
Can
you help me make something like this for my library? Do you offer help?
That would be a good side business, wouldn't it? But I can offer some resources too. That would be a good place to start. But one other thing to mention is later in the summer, we will be having a site visit from IMLS. And we'll have the opportunity to show off some of the libraries around the state. So that's exciting.
That's fun. Is that pretty rare for them to come?
Well, I think it's supposed to be every 5 years.
5 years.
I mean, it feels like it hasn't been 5 years.
I know, it was 2018, and we went to Aaron's library. We
Yeah.
went up through Council and
Yeah.
Browning and Shoto.
Mhm.
Lunch with me and Shoto, it was great.
Yeah. I believe it's already been 5 years.
Tracy, I had a question about the cabling and equipment project as a library that benefited from that. Will we see a report that shows like what all of that work was valued at, just to be able to share that as
Yeah. I
a
will,
resource that
that's
we
a good
received
idea.
thanks to
That's
the
a good
state
idea.
library?
Yep, I'll follow up with Jamie Jackson on that. He actually ran that for Susie. So I kind of know roughly, like based on the size of your library, but I'll get the specifics from him. That's a good suggestion.
Yeah, I'd
Jamie was
really,
really great.
Yeah,
yeah,
I'd
he
love to
was,
get that.
and I'd appreciate that too. So I can share with our county commissioners. I have
Exactly.
a operations report with them later this month, and it'd be great to be able to show that we did those improvements
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
through what you guys do, and
Well,
yeah,
that's always
that'd be
confusing on
great.
your statistical reports. Like, does that count as a grant, but it came through you guys? Do we report that? You
So
know,
if you didn't receive the funds for it, they didn't come into the library, then you. didn't
then
report
no.
it.
Okay, interesting.
Is there a report? Is there a statistic for
It's like an in-kind.
in kind? Yeah, that's what I was trying to. word
Yeah,
it.
we don't have that right now.
But we don't budget that.
Yeah.
Yeah, our library received it too, and it was fantastic. I actually got attacked over ARPA and my ability to be like, actually, we not only leverage, because they were like, well, the library got money and they didn't leverage anything. I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. We raised more money than the category.
You know, and frankly, for the hotspot program too, it might be nice to have that information, like,
Yeah.
to be able to say
Yeah.
to our boards, to our communities, to our cities and counties, but you know, thanks to the state library and these
Yeah.
ARPA funds, we received what was a value of,
Yeah.
because we certainly are counting like the stats from being able to offer the programs, but
And I think, thinking about some of our commissioners, I think they would be really interested in seeing that metric too.
mhm.
Yeah.
Tracy, could you open that door?
I think overall, it was really nice the way that ARPA was managed, to where like libraries didn't have to, there was not much effort the libraries had to put into doing that, or any sort of competition of
Yeah.
that. It just was really, really easy. And so I just appreciate everybody that was involved in that difference it made for us. So thank you all.
And I would just like to call out that ARPA money has been fantastic, but you guys had to spend all of that and do all of that projects without more staff. And that was a huge lift and good job.
We were able to hire Dave and Dave, that was it.
But
Will be a lot.
but I mean,
Yeah.
no, you didn't get.
But he didn't
extra staff to do
administer the
no,
grant
To-
and the
yeah.
projects.
The project
Yeah.
was all done
To
within.
do the hotspots and the wiring and like, you guys just took that on.
And, you know, it really was, the staff that you see here and Genevieve, but also Melissa, I don't know if Ashley's online yet. Our accountant that managed all of the finances and helped with that kind of reporting, so. it was a huge effort. Thanks, Ashley.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Tracy, please guide us through the library development plan update.
Yeah, so Rebecca helped me, of course, create this beautiful document. I was trying to keep the library development plan alive, and so I gently nudge library development staff for kind of quarterly reports on how they're doing on the goals. And so this is just our efforts to kind of give you a snapshot of where we're at. We're of course kind of coming up on the end of the fiscal year. And so some of these, we had already said when we developed this plan, it was kind of going to be a 2-year effort. Like for instance, I'm looking at the FY 2023 NAC goals, and we haven't started the geographic divide study. But we, when Rebecca and I talked about that, she kind of mentioned that was going to be probably year 2. So I think things to think about as we go into that August retreat and you look at this, is for staff and NAC members, the not started ones, we should probably talk about that. Do you want that moved over? Or is that maybe something we don't have the capacity or the funding and we should look for that? And then obviously the ones that are in progress, do we want to see those go over as well? Because some of those we will see go over because they're just ongoing work that we've tried to reflect in here. I don't want to call out anything in particular. Very appreciative of all the stuff that people did, and Kara and Amy and Jennifer just kind of gamely going along with me as I update this and record our progress. Does anyone have any questions for me on anything that you see in here? You're curious about? Many of these you actually see reported on your dashboards, especially those things that are in progress and ongoing. But are there any other questions you have? Anything you would like to add?
Remind me the calendar of the library development plan. What time of year do we look at that?
Yeah, that's it. I don't know that you've established it. Let me go look at your map. I mean, I think we roughly said it's fiscal year. Let me go look at your map.
Yeah, I pulled out my calendar and I haven't found it on the calendar yet.
Maybe we don't have it on the calendar.
Maybe it got updated.
We're planning to talk about it in August.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
we are
think-
meeting to do
Yeah,
that.
I think this timing, kind of reviewing what was accomplished at near the end of the fiscal year and last meeting of the fiscal year, so we can talk about what to include in the next cycle.
So what to keep from this that
Mhm.
we're still working on
Yeah.
and what to add for the new year.
Yes, yep, we should think about that. And of course, this is later on the agenda, but I suppose it's almost appropriate to mention it here in that August retreat. You know, we're gonna have a facilitator who will walk us through evaluating how we did the MLN structure and then kind of getting enough information for him to create a report for staff to write a new FY24 LDD plan for you to review at your early November meeting, will be the timeline. So that will be part of it, and we will need to refer back to LSTA, of course, as well as the State Library Strategic Framework because of the funding sources used.
Any questions or comments in the room or online?
Great report. I thought it was super clear to follow. Yeah, that's one of the things you said. I think this format seems to work well to call out what's been accomplished in this.
All right, seeing no more discussion, we can move on to the next item, which is service response time discussion. Who wants to start?
Start.
So, we staff, as it says in the memo, staff, some of us provide direct services to librarians. And we have received feedback about the response times over the past several years. That there's been concerns that response times are long. Some people are very happy with response times. But we wanted to see if we could get some clarification so people know when what they can expect, because sometimes just not knowing, maybe they didn't get it, and that's why I haven't heard back, causes more anxiety than this is a hard thing to fix and it's gonna take us a month. So we had some discussion. It turns out that internally, we actually had some different as we started in different sort of programs, departments had different things that we were aiming for. So we were trying to, we discussed it as a group to just identify sort of what might work as a cohesive plan of service response times. That's outlined in this memo. Should I give the actual details of where we're at, or we're sort of thinking that of some kind of response within 5 business days. If it's going to take longer than 5 days to resolve, we at least want to let you know that we perceived it and we're working on it. Sometimes, we have things that turn around very quickly. We get response times, some things like that you can get back to right away. Some of them takes a little longer. Also, by having that sort of allows us to prioritize, the person who calls Tracy who's having a board meltdown needs a response right away. Things that are more like, can you come and we discuss this long-term problem I am having, she can schedule a time to do that. So, and likewise with the other programs, there's high priority requests that are need to really timely, and then there's things that require more research. And so we have several steps in here. We're gonna do things like turn the hotspot emails into a section of the ticket system, so that if you need all the things that you used to email, here will have a centralized place, because they were sort of coming in multiple places. Using the automated features of the ticketing system, I think it already does let you know that your ticket was submitted successfully, which is great, because it didn't get lost. Sometimes you still don't hear from us. That's not great. And then using the ticket system to warn MSL staff when no response has been given, to remind us that thing, if we're traveling, we see the ticket come in and we think, oh, I'll answer that when I get back to my office, and then you can get to your office and get a reminder there. As well as just letting librarians know about that 5 business day plan that will adjust according to priority or urgency of the message. And then use the ticket system more cohesively to track response time.
You covered it pretty well. And I think we just wanted to kind of sound you out as librarians in the field, your thoughts on this, observations.
I would think pushing as much as we can towards the ticket system. I think that's helpful for us, because then we have one central place to go to. We don't have to feel like we have to CC like 10 staff members. And then you guys can figure it out internally. Yeah, I just think as much as we can towards the ticket system was helpful.
Are there any of you that feel like the ticket system does not fit the types of
We tried it. Consulting, yeah. We tried it, and what we found was some librarians were kind of uncomfortable because they're calling us for sensitive things. And the ticket system, I mean, the nature of it is other people can see. And so they preferred phone or email, or obviously face-to-face. And I think the other thing, and Amy actually gave me the insight into why I was struggling a little bit with the ticket system. And she's like, well, Tracy, what routine things do you get? And I'm like, how much their state aid is, and that's it. And so it's like we don't have routine things that a ticket system lends itself to, where you can just like say, here's the knowledge base article, or here's this text we can paste in here. And so for the consultants right now, it doesn't seem like a good fit. It doesn't mean that that won't change in the future, but the nature of our questions don't really fit the ticketing system.
We use the ticketing system, and it's very helpful for us. The downside of Recollect is that they have an automatic contact us form that sends it to Recollect. On that form, though, I've been able to add, if you want a faster response time, submit a ticket, and there's a big blue button to submit a ticket. Because Bobby goes through those emails about once a month. That's what she needs time to do. Transfers them to the ticket system so they're recorded. So we get the stats, because we weren't doing that before because it was too much. So Bobby has taken that on for us, and it's really, really helpful. And it's usually quick answers with the knowledge base article that come in that way. But having it in one central place is very helpful, because before we were getting emails sent to me, tickets, the Recollect system, and trying to catch it all was a struggle.
And so, Kara, I imagine for you, it's rather complex too, because you've got people asking you questions or Libby overdrive questions.
Yeah,
And all the hotspot questions.
Moved everything into the ticket system and basically closed down the hotspot mailbox and put an automatic message on that.
Okay.
So I haven't received any. It seems like people got
the message on that.
So, yeah.
Okay. And then Rebecca, this kind of applies to you during statistics time of year.
Yes,
I'm always calling you at the last minute.
Yes, I get a lot of queries during the ticket, and or during the PLS, I'm actually required to report my hours on that federally as well. So I am a big fan. The state library is working on transitioning to a different software platform for that, and so once that's live, I will be included in that particular software. But that's what I'm imagining for the PLS. And the other reason I really like it is there's the ability to categorize and get data out of it to do some analysis. So, yeah.
Is really good applied to Collet as well, right? People's questions for.
Yep. She uses it.
She does use it.
She uses the tickets.
So, but the notion of having like all of you guys with your varying issues we're coming to you with, having the same number of like, you'll hear back in 5 days is said, that seems a little off to me, right?
It's not unreasonable to expect to hear we're working.
That's true. Or we received your message and we're aware of the issue. This notion of differing definitions about what is an urgent request.
Yeah, but
You can try to help people.
For some people, all requests are urgent. Yes.
yeah, and if you're new, everything's, everything's scary.
Just thinking of like the pain thing when you go to the doctor and they give you the little pain chart.
Okay, yes.
So-
And one thing I think is difficult with the ticket system is when you're doing a big project, like when you're onboarding Great Falls Public Library into the shared catalog or into the partners, like we have all these different things going on and all these different questions, and so the tickets work sort of well, but actually having phone conversations. So I feel like the tickets work really great, but if you have something like a giant project that you're working on, there might, like, that doesn't seem like a ticket thing, but that's harder to count.
Right, and that's valid. I think in most ticket systems, or at least when I was on the old one, there is a way to like, oh, I got a phone call. So that way other colleagues know that there's a situation going on because, partners that pulls in the courier, that pulls in all these other pieces, and if other staff can see that, it's very helpful.
And we're trying to increase awareness, at least with the MSC libraries, that there are those things that a ticket is great to maybe say, hey, I'm gonna start this thing, but can we set up a Zoom call where you have 3 of your staff people, 3 of my staff people to discuss it and work out all of the things?
Because I think where we have failed sometimes is somebody does a ticket and you guys ask a question, or we ask like there's the back and forth, and then somehow in the back and forth, the communication drops because I think Sarah's gonna give you info, or you think that somebody else is, and then somehow we have tickets that there's been progress on, but then it stalls.
Yes.
And who's responsible for that?
And Great Falls, admittedly, like I was talking to the rest of the MSC team the other day, it's like Great Falls during your migration found every single weird pothole, which was so strange because you were on the same system. And it's just like but they handled it with grace, and they're live now.
And it was during COVID. And it was like,
I want to acknowledge Erin. I believe she's wanting to talk.
Thank you. I just had I guess a few comments and a question, or a few questions, a comment, I'm not sure. So a couple things. I think it would be meaningful for people submitting tickets to know kind of who they're submitting them to. I think that way you know who might be responding to you. So like if I'm doing something, most of my tickets are basically for the shared catalog. And then I get a response and I'm like, oh, I didn't realize this person was going to be the one responding. And then also potentially, I know that, the definition of urgency lies in each individual person, but if there's kind of what your projected response time for an urgent message is for medium urgency and low urgency, I think that would be helpful because sometimes I'm like, this really isn't urgent at all, but I still want it responded. So I'm never marking anything as like low need, because it's like, that feels like you're just gonna throw it in the back pile. So that might actually help people feel a little more confident in submitting those tickets, is knowing about how long they should be able to, they're going to be waiting for a response.
Yeah, we had but I don't think we assigned separate times to them, but we certainly could say that, if it's low urgency, you'll hear from us within a couple, what it would be, throwing out there like a couple of weeks, and so then it's not going to be 3 months before you hear back from us. The ticket system also, as far as I know, can email you when emails you when your ticket gets created, and then it can email you when a staff person gets assigned. We turned that off because we have the Cersei Dynex has something similar, and so we get the email, oh, it's been assigned to a person, and we internally, just the 4 of us who were setting it up at the time, felt that the Zoho especially, it can send like 60 tickets during like every little thing that happens. Somebody looked at your ticket. So we didn't want it to be too spammy. So we just limited it to just letting you know that the ticket got created. We have some automated assignment rules, and we reassign based on who's in the office or somebody's specialty. So then you might get more than one email. We could turn that back on though. So it would just depend on how annoying it would be for people to get all those sort of back end function emails.
And keeping in mind that could change if we move to ServiceNow, and we don't have as many options with that, because we are looking at moving to a different ticket system.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the back end as much. Though,
It's
so we don't
used
really-
across the state.
Yeah.
So, so it would be the similar system.
Jenny, can you pull up, there was a comment from Amelia online.
I think one thing too about who responds, like if it's an MSL or an MMP ticket, it's Bobby that's helping, because Dave doesn't have access. What's that? I said portal. Yeah, portal, thank you. Thank you, change our. Dave doesn't have access to Zoho because it has a cost per person, and we chose not to, since he was a temporary position, to assign him that access at this point. That's something we'll have to readdress, and we've been kind of waiting for the move to the ServiceNow desk instead, but that might answer some of Aaron's questions about where the surprises might come from, and why I didn't expect that person, because I doubt many of you expect Bobby, but Bobby does assist me with several things, so she does assist with the tickets that we receive.
So Amelia, I'm sorry, I left lifelong learning out when I was thinking about the different groups that would use this. So Amelia is listed in the Zoho Help Desk ticket system, but she's not getting contacted that way. People are emailing or calling her. Not sure if I should be redirecting people to the ticket system or not.
Yeah, there's kind of a training period in that, and I'm sure like when I was working for the shared catalog, you probably got some of these emails. If you called me, I would open a ticket and say, here's what we talked about on the phone, and here's related links that you can look at, and then it trains people to go back to the
Plus for our stats, it shows that we had a. But yeah, once we move into ServiceNow, then like there's another, Rebecca's not on Zoho right now, but she will be in ServiceNow. We're working with state ITSB, so it's not on our timeline, unfortunately.
So on the second page of the memo, you had questions for the NAC. Any observations about service response time based on your own work as librarians? Does this proposal seem reasonable? Any advice on managing customer service expectations and what would work best for librarians given MSL staff constraints? Any comments or feedback to share?
Yeah, I have something. So I think that they're very good about letting us know when they're out of the office, especially when we're emailing. Then we get that little pop-up that says, hey, I'm out of the office. I won't return until such and such time. But if you would be able to add on to that and say, if this is this issue, contact this person who's kind of covering. So like Tracy and Suzanne would be able to answer some of those consulting questions where, you know, maybe if Kara's gone, somebody else would be able to answer the hotspot questions and things like that, and just say, open a ticket or contact this person. That might be helpful also.
And it is a benefit of the ticket system, like if somebody is gone, everybody can see those tickets, so it's, you see them all when you come in, so we watch them all, just, we open tickets that aren't assigned to us that have interesting subject lines, like, what is happening to your
My screen is weird.
Yeah.
Mitch, you were going to say something?
I was gonna say that maybe my questions are just boring and I've never had to submit one because like somebody's having a heart attack or there's a tornado coming. But if the response times that I have are indicative, I'd say, I don't know why anybody has cause for complaint. Like,
Yeah, I've been ready to read it. That's great. I was gonna say, that was one of our questions, is it's hard to tell. Cause like, if it's coming, because we do have some that take a long time, like I said, some of Susie's, when we were bringing her online, I was checking things, it'd be a month before I got back to her, but and some people are fine when it takes a month because they know we're working on it, and some people ping the ticket every 3 days.
Well, an
Comfort
example I
level.
can think of actually involving Mark is you sent me an email in like March asking about the AED. Like, if you ever had an update on the AED grants, now I'd like to share that with my board, but I didn't have an update, so I didn't really want to email you saying I don't have an update. Because I feel like I spam people a lot anyway with lots of emails on the list and things, and so I should reduce the number of emails I'm sending out that actually aren't news. But then to some people, that probably sounds like I'm ignoring your emails. So it's just, and I don't think that you interpreted it that way, but some other people might. So it's kind of learning about different people's communication styles and how much communication they want.
Maybe they should submit like their astrological sign in Myers-Briggs with their ticket. So put, like, all that.
What is your love language?
Yeah.
Expectations are.
Yeah.
I think one issue I see is that the more amazing services the state library holds and provides for our libraries, the more we are dependent on you all. And you all are great, but you also have to have vacation, and you also get sick, and you have families. And so I'm a little concerned that we've set each of you up to be too important. And this is how I am in my library, right? Like my plan is to not die or get injured, because my library would not be okay. And that's unfortunate, right? I'm supposed to have a plan so that these things are in place and like I can be replaced, or somebody can fill in for me. So let's acknowledge that at the heart of this is the reality that there aren't enough Tracy's and there aren't enough Karas. And that we have amazing staff that do things really well and we depend on them. And when we have an emergency in our library, we have an expectation that they'll be available because most of the time they are. But is that a reasonable expectation?
Well, I think one of my worries is I've had a number of library directors tell me, I don't want to bother you, Tracy, because I know what you're working on.
Yeah.
And that makes me feel bad because it's like, I don't want you to feel like you can't call me. Although I'm very appreciative, like I really appreciate Mark will email me a question and he will actually say, this is not one you have to get back to me right away. And I do take Mark up on that. And I'm grateful for that because I do have an urgency thing, but it feels like lately all my stuff is in the urgent category. You know, I'm not going to tell libraries that are dealing with incredible board challenges or book challenges, you know, or local government challenges. Sorry, you have to wait. And so, you know, that's part of my issue is how do I balance that? And so I do appreciate that you're not bothering me, but at the same time, I feel bad because you should feel like you can talk to me.
Well, and we try to advise people, well, at least put in your question, so then you're on the list. Like if we're swamped, at least we know that we can get started on in the future. Yeah, we don't want people to hold your questions for fear of us being overwhelmed. Like we can triage on our side.
I guess a few points that I would add, I'll definitely echo what Tracy and Amy said about, we want to know about the support needs, so please don't hold back. And we, implementing these kinds of tools and strategies will make our response more efficient. And we're always looking for opportunities to make our work in general more efficient to support libraries, whether it's communications or how we implement changes to some of our programs, just to make the workload more manageable for us. We know we could use double our staff if we had the opportunity. I think what the staff are suggesting, they're suggesting because we think it's reasonable, but we sincerely want to hear from you if it's not on your end. Being able to implement these kinds of changes in the way that we're proposing will allow us to collect more data to make the argument for more resources in the future, and will help inform future discussions about resource needs and also just what the needs are in libraries and the challenges that you're facing, so that we have better information when we propose new ideas to the commission and the legislature and have ideas about LSTA funds. So I think this is all steps in helping us continue to provide more effective services to libraries.
I think one thing too about, excuse me, about using the ticket system is that I do travel a fair bit in the summer, but Bobby is around and will see those same tickets. So multiple people, when you submit a ticket, it's not just coming to me directly. It's coming to that group system where multiple people can respond. And once we get Dave on board with ServiceNow, there'll be 2 people in addition to me, which for me is a huge relief, because I feel like when I'm on the road, if I don't stop and check my email every so often, I'm going to miss something that's really important. And so having that system set up where more than one person will be emailed and notified of an issue is a big deal for me, versus getting an email directly to me.
Okay, but you don't do that when you're on like vacation or personal time?
I think one thing that would be helpful for everybody is when there's an actual problem, like we come in the morning, the reports haven't run, like, and so everybody goes to Soho and is opening a ticket, like if there was something in the ticket system where you could have a button and be like, everyone is experiencing this MSC, blah, blah,
we know.
we are working on it, blah, 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 blah. Because that way you're not inundated with tickets. We're not all trying to type it out. We're doing, because you don't need to have 50 people call 911 saying the house is on fire. You just need to
Yeah, that's a really good idea, because we try to, like, when it's shared catalog, we try to send an email to the listserv, but a lot of times that doesn't hit the frontline staff who would be opening a ticket, and then we can put the info right there, so when they get to the ticket system, they know there's a problem, they're working on it, here's a partial solution.
Yeah,
or
because that
whatever.
would save time for
That's a really
everyone.
good idea.
I'm regretting not having invited Kenny to this.
Yeah, I just wrote a note, ask Kenny.
Does somebody have their teams up? All right, let me see if. Is he here? And if that's super hard to do, that's fine, but I feel like.
Well, at the very least, if it's not possible in Zoho, which thinking of the configuration, like we might be able to put like some kind of just a link or something. But ServiceNow has a lot of capabilities that we haven't explored, so.
So will it be called the ServiceNow desk instead of the Zoho desk?
No,
or-
so we try to call it the MSL help desk, so that it's consistently named no matter what the software is behind it, but internally we call it what it is. So just to confuse librarians.
And then I think as staff, you all need to feel, comfortable replying to people's emails with comments like, this would be appropriate for a ticket. Here's the link if you want to save that. I mean, just try to like gently redirect them. But sometimes they just don't know, or they can't find it, or they see your email in their inbox and they're just like, reply.
So maybe,
Go ahead, Erin.
I want to say maybe like a short, not super, like not a million Q&As, but a small Q&A at the top of the ticket, like, when should I complete a ticket or something kind of like that.
Oh,
And I have one other comment if I can remember really quick. Oh, question, I guess. I don't remember because I was in a very unique situation being a commissioner when I became the director. But is there a little bit of training for new directors? Because that might be really helpful. Because then the director can then set the ticket expectation for their staff. But I'm not even sure when I became the director if there was a ticket system, so so that might be helpful just to help set those expectations with, new directors who will then, set those expectations with their staff about not everything's urgent or, whatever that is.
I hadn't even thought about that. I'm so used to being in a small library where it is always me, but in a larger library, you guys are probably getting tickets from all different staff or emails or phone calls.
Got your presentation.
I think most of you know Kenny Kettner, our information products lead, so he is the lead person working with the State Information Technology Services Division to help us implement ServiceNow and the ticketing system. And we'll be working with these staff on implementing the ticketing system we've been talking about here. So they've had I apologize for not thinking about inviting you to this agenda discussion sooner, but
Okay.
of course, the librarians have had some fantastic suggestions. My favorite is the emoji to help us understand the degree to which librarians are.
That may catch on with the rest of the state if we.
Yeah.
See if we're gonna want.
John has suggested the pain chart. Yeah.
Yeah, those are actually really good ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, ticketing systems are, notoriously kind of shoehorning you into whatever their predefined structure is, but we do have the ability to customize it. We just went through this process with the GeoInfo part of the state library. And that's rolling out, I think in June is when they're planning to make that ticketing system the primary method for contacting our geographic information staff. And that's about the same time that we'll begin working with ITSD on designing and implementing the ticketing for the library side of things. That will replace the Zoho system we're currently using. So that's it's kind of a summer timeline for that work to be implemented.
Do you know if the current ticketing system allows for alerts when something's broken? We know something's broken or reports didn't run in the shared catalog or
Well, you
something
can,
like
you
that.
can create a ticket by an email.
But like instead of having 180 libraries email or set a ticket that reports didn't run, having something on
Yeah.
the ticketing system to say, hey, we know they didn't run.
Like a bullet,
Yeah,
that is possible, I believe. But yeah, particularly the shared catalog admins, lots to discuss about trying to preserve as much of that functionality that you're already used to. But ServiceNow is a good product and I think it'll meet the needs.
Anything else we talked about that?
I didn't mention this, but I'm the opposite of Erin. To me, I'm always like, oh, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, this is medium at the most. But I recently had one where I wish there had been a thing to say, like, is this time sensitive? Like, it wasn't a high priority issue, but it was time sensitive. So I wish there had been a way to say, like, well, I guess maybe I included it in the chat comment box, but I thought like that could be another way of wording it rather than priority, like, do you need a response? I don't know how you would word it, because again, you don't want to make it sound like you're making a promise you can't keep in terms of when they'll hear back from you. But just so that, and how does it appear in your inbox? Like if someone says it's high priority, does it get like a flag?
So it actually has its own interface. And you can see the list of all the tickets that are assigned either to your group, or, I mean, there's lots of views you can set it, but there's just like a column that says, and when you go into the ticket, it says that it's high priority.
So the column is organized by the date received.
Yeah, you can sort of, but I keep mine by, I think, generally last response. So like if somebody emails me back on the ticket, theirs is on me so that I can see that it's.
Yeah.
But then when it's like the end of the month, I'm like, what am I still waiting to hear back from? I sort it in a different order. So, but yeah, you can see the high priority because we tend to answer the tickets in the ticket system, even though we could reply to them by email. So when we're in there, right on the side of the screen, it has a priority level and shows what categories you filled out, if any, just so we can see what.
So I just have two thoughts. I don't want to get too into the weeds on this, but one, I think just in terms of people conceptualizing the priority, the way I sort of think about it and instruct my staff is, how does this impact our patrons on like a day-to-day, hour-to-hour level? Like enterprise being inaccessible to search the catalog or a holds report not running is totally different than like, oh, some of our like lost to discard reports seem like the formatting's sort of weird and we'll be able to catch up with them whenever. And I think it's just sort of, yeah, some of it's on a director to staff level. And that's sort of the lens I run it through, is like, are the patrons that come to the library in an hour going to know something's really up and is messed up? If yes, then it's definitely urgent. If not, then, you know, it can probably just be dealt with. The other thing I was just curious about is, are there any patterns or even the ability to identify patterns in terms of what the tickets or where you guys are sort of getting the tickets that put the most pressure on you guys? Like, is it from newer directors? Is it certain like times like towards the end of a fiscal year when people have a lot of questions about that? Like, I don't know, and I don't know if you can identify, but I'd be curious to see if there were sort of patterns that they could then be addressed sort of preemptively, you know, to the degree that's possible if people read the stuff that's sent out to them. But
We
you know.
definitely see some of those statistics, like we can, and that's part of the reason why we have the categories. And if you don't fill out a category, I don't know what this is, sometimes we'll put a category in so that then we can see, you know, for whatever reason, we had a ton of report questions this month. Or
Yeah, and some of it is a little bit predictable, like if there's gonna be an upgrade the next day, you know, to have everybody kind of monitoring the tickets, it's gonna be a lot of questions.
We've got some comments online. Amy Aaron is saying, I guess I'm always unsure if I can email back once I get a response.
Like from your email system, yes, you absolutely can. When it comes to you in the email, you can just reply in the email. Because that's
the best feature.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for you guys, that works the best, right? Because it comes there, you don't have to go back to the ticket system. And actually, I think you can open a ticket with email.
Yeah, even if they close the ticket.
Yeah, reopen it, or if they have the email, there's an email.
And that'll be the same in ServiceNow as well.
I really like your idea of like maybe in the categorization. No, but rather than having it be priority, having it be like, you know, immediate impact to patrons.
Yes.
Yeah, moderate, severe.
I'm expecting an attorney to call. And you're not just my.
That kind of raises the point that Erin had brought up earlier that will be relevant for you, Kenny. She had asked if there was a way to include on the ticket form, like just a brief FAQ kind of section about like, when is it appropriate to answer or open a ticket, and, you know, I guess how to rate the urgency would be another thing.
Yeah, so in ServiceNow, we can make different forms even that go to the same ticketing system, so we could even tailor that to different audiences.
Okay.
But yeah, you could definitely customize the questions you ask and the information that you present up front. That's certainly possible.
And then, yeah, Mark was getting at, like, can you demographically arrange who you're getting questions from and get some data from that? Yeah.
So actually in ServiceNow, we can add fields to that table. So if there's, but behind the scenes, that means we could ask those kind of specific questions and store the answers separately. The only disadvantage is that's shared among the whole agency. So we don't want to go overboard with that for library specific information, but I think a reasonable amount of that could be really helpful.
Cause we can see in Zoho now, we can see like, oh, this library opens tickets fairly regularly. We have good communication with them. This library has opened no tickets in the last year. Does that mean they have no problems or does that mean they have no staff?
They don't-
Like,
yeah.
so we do kind of keep an eye on that. So
And in the dashboard, we publish tickets by category, but we do have more data that Amy's team and others look at to kind of see.
Yeah, and I think that behind the scenes data would just be interesting to see. Yeah, are they not submitting tickets because they just got a new director and that director has no idea that a ticket system even exists?
Yeah.
Or are they submitting a ton of tickets because they're new and don't know where to find the answers? Is it somewhere in the middle, and just whatever sort of outreach could be done to try to. Yeah.
Or do we get 7 tickets on this topic? So let's make a KB article because clearly people are looking at things.
Or there's
Yeah.
no tickets from this library, but you regularly get phone calls and emails from them, so
Yeah.
there needs to be.
That's good newsletter
Yeah.
content.
Yeah, or I was thinking not to like broaden it out too much, but some of the stuff might be good to say, you know, like if you have like a curiosity question. Maybe just go to the MSL staff office hours rather than a ticket. I mean, just to sort of. You know, if it's something that's more kind of wordy or you have to really kind of think out, you know, meeting up with you guys during that time to think through those things. Might be more easy for some directors than trying to type up an email back, wait, is this right? Like back, you know, kind of crafting that, since it is something that you guys offer.
Yeah,
So.
we're pushing that. We've had good results. The people who have come, it has been like, I have this weird twisty question. Can we look at it?
So should we be looking
Great.
at office hours for other outside of MSC? Should the consulting librarians have office hours?
And I was gonna say one of the things we just did yesterday, which we've had people tell us in the past, well, I would come to office hours, but I don't want people to listen to how I say my question. Like there's some self-consciousness. Yesterday, we had 2 people who had sort of larger questions jump on at the same time, and they both just went into breakout rooms with it, because we had, the whole team was on there. So they, like, if you're like, I'm just gonna go to office hours because I know you'll be there. But I have a question, I'd like to handle it in a breakout room, Zoom can handle that for us.
And I do appreciate the office hours because I know my staff gets nervous like asking me a bunch of questions because I know like I'm busy all the time. So like this last one, I just sent it out to them like, if you have any burning questions that you've been afraid to ask me, like you know, just log on directly. Yeah, particularly for my branches because I don't get to see them regularly. So I appreciate that.
People ever submit questions ahead of time?
We actually, yeah, we've only done it, I think 3 times so far, but we did just for the last one, a librarian said that this is my question, this is where my area question is gonna be. If you want to do some research ahead of time, and that worked well, so then we made sure that the person who knew about that section of the shared catalog was on.
Nikki, I see your comment in the chat, what is it? But I'm afraid I'm not sure what that referenced. And Erin has said, that's great, understanding what office hours are all about and when to join.
I've never heard of office hours. I don't know what it means.
Ah, yes. Amy.
So it's just, we just have started it with the shared catalog where we've been working on, you know, ways to increase the communication between members and the system admin staff, is that we have a scheduled time that we've set at least a couple weeks in advance to let the libraries know that we will just be online sitting in a Zoom meeting for an hour. We've been doing 2 a day, so like from 10 to 11 and then from 2 to 3. Because we have, you know, sometimes one of those times works better. And there will be at least one staff person from the shared catalog. So if you have a question, we've been trying to sort of time them with our system updates. So if you have a question about something we just sent out and announced, that you would prefer to ask out loud, or you want some troubleshooting, we're just available at that set time to remind people that we can just jump on and try to do things really quickly. It's sort of like when we're driving around and we stop at your library and we chat for a while and then you say, hey, there's this thing that I never think to open a ticket up because I'm at the front desk when I'm working on it. And I run into that problem. Can you help me with it? So we're trying to make ourselves available sort of in a less, I don't know what you would call it.
Nikki, are you
formal.
getting the shared catalog newsletters, Nikki?
I'm kind of thinking no.
See, I think that's part of the problem too.
Yeah, is we just.
Like, cause I think of when I get new staff, I have to think of all of the listservs, all of the groups, all of the newsletters to like get that person.
I know.
And
I
if
didn't
you're a
even
new-
know tickets was a thing for like months.
And if you're a new director, the only one I mean, if that's not shared with you, you
It's a
don't
good
know.
question, because say, we have been sending things about the office hours, but if she hasn't been getting the newsletters, we did just go
Well,
through,
you were sending them to MSC Discuss.
and we still are forwarding them.
So is Nikki also not on MSC
Probably not
Discuss?
off on this.
Probably not.
And it's not just you, I'm sure there's plenty
Yeah.
other people in the same boat.
This would be a good thing for federation coordinators to get their information.
Yeah.
Chief Bigot, we've got a new library director in our federation.
Yeah.
He's been emailing me some stuff and I've just been taking notes. Okay, does Lori know about help desk? Does she know about know about office hours, know about newsletters that I can send to her with all this information, because I don't think she knows. She didn't even realize MLA was
Oh.
going on, and it was our fault. We made the assumption in our federation that she knew about it.
Mhm.
And she
I think we do
didn't.
that a lot.
And I thought, okay, I've got to make sure as a coordinator that even though it's not federation work, it's still work that we have to get.
And when I was at that meeting, I wrote down, it was like, oh, they've got a new director there, I need to send her all the MSC stuff. Because sometimes, yeah, we just don't, it's really bad with the schools and that there we turnover and we don't hear about it. And so the poor teachers are out there and then they get the bill from us.
Oh, and they all
say,
have new
yes.
email addresses every time.
How do you hear about it generally? I mean, like if the Bozeman director leaves or stuff. That's what
Yeah.
you- but-
A lot of times, actually, we'll hear it from the consultants. They'll let us, we try to, if one of us hears that there's a new director somewhere, they call us, we'll tell everybody else in the library development.
Tracy's just
Pointer.
big brother keeping track of all of us.
But I would say, here, and we don't hear from them, and we call them, and they, whoever's in the office says, oh, they're not at the library right now. So
Find out.
People will, sometimes it's a while before we find out that there's a director. We wanted to have some kind of customer relations management.
I was gonna say, speaking of Big Brother, one of the other things on our kind of ServiceNow list is a
We'll get-
TMR for libraries where we can
Yeah, so
keep
it'll
some of
have
this kind of information.
better, it'll tie to the ticket system. So we'll have a better way to look and say, oh, we really haven't heard from this library in a year. Like right now, we might, on the ticket system, not have heard from them,
Yeah.
but they're calling Tracy, so it will sort of combine those connections.
Being a library director and then board chair of years.
Okay, this was a really fun discussion. I didn't know this was gonna bring up so much, and obviously it did. I think we just need a 5-minute break,
Okay.
like let people stretch legs, go to the bathroom. And then we've got the cost share formula. Kenny, thank you for joining us.
Yeah.
Two quick things. Ashley, the accountant has to step away for an appointment. We're back afternoon.
Okay.
So if we could bump her.
Yes,
And the second is that there's more restrooms upstairs, just literally right above these.
Suzanne, if you can hear me, that affects you because you would be next on the agenda with the digital equity. She's still online, right? Okay, good.
Yep, I heard you. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan.
I'll come back.
So like Genevieve said, feel free to use the restrooms that are upstairs. Stairs are in the front entryway and then make your way back to the back corner.
And there's a Pepsi machine right here, if you all haven't heard it.
There's some water over here, some banana bread. All right. Yes.
So just to clarify, next on our agenda is cost share formula update. We are pushing that back until after lunch. Is that right, Genevieve?
Yeah.
And so we are starting up again with digital equity, digital divide discussion. And before we get started, Genevieve, I forgot to ask like the lunch plan.
Lunch will be delivered at noon.
At noon, okay, so we've got about an hour to continue work. Suzanne, please lead us in this discussion.
So I'll remind you, if there is an action on this, we'll start with the motion and then have discussion.
Okay, this is labeled as tentative action. I think I need to hear from Suzanne what our motion would be. before asking anyone in the room to make a motion.
I thought we were looking more for general direction and actual action, and I can kind of defer to Tracy for some clarity with that now that she's got her mouth full.
Well, I'm glad the camera caught that.
I put tentative action on here because I've been like well-trained in open meeting law. So if as a result of this discussion, the NAC said we want to take this specific action, I wanted you to have the luxury to do that. That was my reasoning. I didn't have any particular action I thought you would take, but you know, if you were like, we really think no matter what, you should do X, Y, Z, then I wanted you to be able to tell us that. That was my reason for putting tentative action on here.
Well, does anyone on the NAC feel compelled to make a motion at this time?
Yes, having read through and thoroughly absorbed it all, I'm assuming you're ready to take decisive action at this point. The rest of it's just a formality. But we will go through this a little bit. I think one of the things that we might want to clarify is this is both designed as some kind of direction for us in library development as to where we're going to be proceeding next year, and also kind of some tentative direction for where we might be wanting to direct Digital Equity Act dollars, should they be coming our way. And so that's why we included a little blurb in here about covered populations that I know Alyssa's seen because I've shared it with her for other things as well. So it's helpful for us to be kind of thinking in terms of the populations that they're looking about serving and how we can do that. So we did send out a survey, and the survey too was based on the NOFO for the notice of funding opportunity for the Digital Equity Act. So we're trying to kind of stay in line with that as much as possible. And we got some pretty good responses out of that, 65 out of 82. And so you can see, broke it down into community needs that the libraries identified and ranked, and also programs that the libraries would like to expand or offer to their communities. And so what we're looking for is what you think on the basis of this survey or on the basis of your own experience should be our priorities in here. So, first of all, we'll start off with, what kinds of questions, comments, or observations do you have about the priorities? And which ones do you think should be priorities for us to pursue? And you can see in the programs, it was the top one was create digital equity plan for the library. And I can tell you that we're already going ahead with that. We have Kate McMahon that we've been working with already on a number of other projects. She's going to be coming up with a template and some training so that libraries can start developing their own digital equity plans. And I think these will be useful both for you within your communities in kind of deciding how you want to go, what kinds of things you want to prioritize in this way. And then once again, getting ready for some presumed federal funding that will be heading in our direction, so that you'll have plans ready and we'll be ready to hit the ground running, hopefully, when they tell us, yes, you get lots of money, and we'll be prepared to spend it. Kind of like ARPA goes. Next was digital skills training and classes. And you'll probably notice we've already been doing some of this. Amelia and Bobby have been working on some tech skills training, and they have a Word cohort already going on, and they've been having these kind of short tech trainings. But do you want us to continue with this, expand on this? Technology centers, I think those can be both, maker spaces were listed in here, but then they can also be more public computer things. I think a number of libraries are doing things like 3D printing. VR, AR, we're always hearing is going to take off, and it has yet, but who knows? Maybe we can be programming our own robots for artificial intelligence to take over the world. Job seeker assistance and cybersecurity policies. I think cybersecurity is a big issue for a lot of us, and we haven't been spending a whole lot of time on that. Putting my priorities in, I think that's kind of important. Online community resources, both helping you perhaps improve your websites, your web presences, working with your communities to coordinate so that you're offering the best kinds of resources you can online. And information about affordable internet, because one of the things that comes up, you know, when you're talking about top community needs is affordable internet for households. We've been doing that a lot with hotspots. There's also been the ACP program that I know some of you libraries have been supporting, but it's a complicated application program. And, you know, if that continues, do we want to be supporting that more? And then you can see under top responses for what MSL should do. Continue funding for hotspot program. Yay, we got that through the legislature. So that one's kind of done. And like I said, we're assisting with digital equity plans. We're already doing some training. Do you want us to ramp that up? And our last one on here is create state grant program for local digital equity programs. We included that because that's part of the Digital Equity Act grant in itself, but that's not something we've done in the past. It's a lot of labor on our side monitoring those grants, and you know, we call them like mini grants or micro grants, but it's worth discussion as to whether or not I think you think that would be valuable on that. So anyway, we're interested to hear from you on what you think about these and how you would have us prioritize.
Suzanne, I have a question because I mean, there was this digital equity survey, and then at Spring Federation meeting, we were asked to do answer a series of questions about technology needs in libraries. You see those two things as totally separate discussions, projects, or is there some overlap there?
There is some overlap in that. I think the idea with getting information about your technology support kinds of needs, once again, that's the kind of thing that we're looking at possibly using Digital Equity Act funding for. If we can find some commonalities and some ways that perhaps we could help pool funds for, you know, to hire people who could provide support to libraries, if we could do managed internet kinds of things to help you with your networks. And so that's kind of information we're looking at. And then I know one of my things is talking to other states and seeing how they're meeting the needs of their libraries and looking at if we could apply some of those things and make it work with us and within our budget and all of those other kinds of fun things to do, to figure out.
And the results from the Federation technology questions probably aren't complete yet.
No, we have one more federation.
One more Federation still coming. Okay. And then what's the timeline on the potential grants related to the Digital Equity Act?
It's a great question.
Jenny.
I don't know exactly when Montana is going to be awarded funds. The state has to submit our digital equity plan. So
okay,
the plan for how we would address digital equity needs in the state by, I believe it's mid to late July.
Of this year.
Of this year, right? So you might recall this last fall, a consulting firm called Summit did a series of town halls around the state asking for feedback about digital equity needs, and a number of libraries participated in those meetings. That information is what is going to be used by the Department of Administration, State Department of Administration, to prepare and submit this digital equity plan to the NTIA. And then based on that plan, Montana will be awarded funding to implement some or all of the plan. What we've been told is that libraries will be key stakeholders as the state is developing the plan. Getting closer and closer, and it makes me more and more nervous. We haven't seen the plan, but
Who develops the plan?
the state
Which
department,
agency?
the State Department of Administration.
I can send you a website that has a timeline of all this funding. Should I just message you?
So really what we're talking about is like the same with BTOP and ARPA. We just want to be ready so that when there is funding available,
Exactly.
we're like, look,
Yep.
we've got projects ready to go.
Yep.
This is how much money we need.
Yep. Yep. So this discussion is to help us at the state level think
Mhm.
about what that funding could mean. And then the work with the MCDC and Kate that Suzanne mentioned is intended to help libraries have something similar locally. So that if locally there's funding available or individual libraries want to submit grant applications for funding, you have plans ready to go.
But is it okay if we're not doing any action today? We're just discussing this.
I think that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, if this group wanted to say definitively, we think the state needs to do micro grants to libraries, then I think we would want to hear that, but I don't know that if you're not ready to have that kind of feedback or the feedback is more broad, I think that's fine too.
And part of
Yeah,
this
I
is,
think
it would be nice to have some confirmation that, with the things that we're doing, that we're on the right track with.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Suzanne, thank you for putting this together. I think that while libraries overall maybe feel like they're under attack, there will be a day when the world goes back to hell in a handbasket and they will love us again. And they are going to need us for internet. And I know that, for my area, the number of houses going up, like the infrastructure is having a hard time to meet the needs. So we are feeling that at the library to kind of bridge some of that. Yeah, so I don't think any of these results were a surprise to me. I do think it's important for libraries to be looking at like a digital equity plan and, maybe like technology improvement plan, like assessing their local systems. Having assessed mine put me in a position to then take advantage when the money came out. So that way we could get an upgrade. I guess my only hesitation is it feels like one more plan we have to then stay on top of. Like we have to stay on top of our policies, we have to stay on top of our strategic plan. Now, the disaster preparedness plan that I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to scramble to get that done to meet standards. That's my only hesitation, but I think that technology is just so huge that we have to be planning ahead for it.
And I think digital equity should be part of all of our strategic plans too, because that's
Yeah.
part of what we're doing for our communities is, if people aren't able to connect and aren't able to take part in the digital economy, both for information, for jobs, for resources, they're missing out. And so, a lot of times we're the ones who are there to help them, to get them connected.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a number of patrons that say like, I am just not built for this modern world anymore. And they are feeling left behind. Yeah.
Suzanne, do you think it's reasonable, like you've listed 7 programs for the top programs libraries would like, and then 4 for what MSL should do? Is it reasonable to keep all 7 and all 4, or are we supposed to be narrowing that down?
Well, I mean, we can certainly keep all 7, but it would be nice to have some priorities as to which you think are the most important for that. You know, because, yeah, sure, we can do all 7, but not probably, you know, with finesse and not with as much
Yeah.
attention as we would like, so.
And then I just want to comment on the continuing funding for hotspot program. We are celebrating today, as we should be, for the next 2 years. But that's it, because this was one time only, right? So this
One
still
time only.
remains.
Yeah, one time only with the opportunity to prove the value for continued funding. So
Okay.
there will be, the legislature will be conducting a study during the interim of the continued utility of the program.
For during the biennium, and then it would be the next legislative session coming back and trying to
Yeah.
you know, really make a strong case to
Yeah.
continue the funding.
Exactly.
Okay. So if that continued, that kind of takes
Oh, no, I think it's something.
off of the needs of potential Digital Equity Act funding. Or would you?
Yeah, I would say potentially so. I think that there could be a concern that the legislature would see those federal funds as the continued source of funding for it. So it might not be that black and white.
Okay. Does anybody have thoughts about where the state's priorities should be when looking at the programs libraries would like to expand or offer and the responses for what MSL should be doing? Mark?
Yeah, so, yeah, looking at this, and this is an idea that I think I've mentioned at NAC before, and I think this could make a good case for looking at funds to explore it, is specifically to address the digital skills training classes, one-on-one assistance for patrons with technology questions, and the assistance for job seekers. And the top programs and libraries, the, 2 and 4, the digital skills training and job seeker assistance. But so I don't know if you guys are familiar with how the Montana Legal Services Association has the legal self-help kiosk. They had those in libraries for a while, and they have the ability to Zoom with people and walk them through stuff, screen share, remote interaction. I think piloting something like that using either AmeriCorps interns, or because they've used AmeriCorps interns at the Montana Legal Services Association. I think something like that, because one of the barriers that was noted in here on page 5 is the lack of staff resources.
Absolutely.
And so many of these computer things that I see on a day-to-day basis at Bitterroot could easily be handled with that remote help model from somebody that knows the technology. And you don't even have to know a lot. You just have to know more than the person you're helping. It's kind of like academia. Like you don't, you just have to be like a little bit ahead of them.
It's just like
Yeah.
running a bear.
Yeah, yeah. So
Can't be the first one down.
So I think that's a really compelling model to look at piloting. It won't be perfect for every library. Privacy can be an issue, but I mean, we have patrons like on customer service telling their credit card numbers and everything else in like public areas in the library. So it's sort of, we don't want to worry too much about protecting people from themselves. We do want to be mindful of those sort of privacy and confidentiality things. But I think, and there could be different aspects of that. I think the chat feature could be helpful for some people. Other times watching patrons use chat would be somewhere between like just totally painful. Yeah, and just inefficient. Yeah, where they would need a video thing of somebody dragging the cursor and saying, okay, here's how you underline your name on the top of your resume. Do you really want to underline your name? Maybe just, format it this way, or, whatever. So I think something like that could address, and at scale with not that many people involved, especially if they're AmeriCorps. I don't think we need to necessarily have someone in every physical library, but sort of those on-demand, just in case kind of things that are done, that could really be done by remote people from anywhere, as long as they have the capability. And there'll be some, network and security issues that are over my head in terms of having them remote into public PCs. But I think somebody that could be helped from home, if they have a hotspot in their laptop at home and they're struggling with, something that could be just something to look
Even
at.
that drop-in
Office
office hours model.
Yeah, directing patrons to something like that, but it's
Yeah.
like a drop-in tech
Yeah,
help sort of thing of like,
Exactly.
yeah, because we do that at our library, but it's our staff time. And there's so many where people are coming in with their device that's connected to the internet to ask us how to do something.
Yeah.
And they really don't physically need to be there. It'd
Yeah.
be so great if they could just
Yeah.
know that the state library is offering drop-in tech services these hours and just, log in and get help.
Is that a model though, that the state library can provide direct assistance to general members of the public? Or would there always need to be the go through of the local library?
I mean, I think technically, yes, we probably could, but for perception, I would really want to have some kind of tie-in to
think I
your
would too.
your local library, even if it's just like going through maybe a, I don't know, a registration form on your local website, or, you know, some.
Just log in with your library card
And-
number. That's what it could be. The state library could offer the service, and it's just log in with your library card number, and then you're logging it from Livingston or Libby or Bitterroot, and then you sort of, that way we would get the sort of stats of how many people the library helped, even though we're just basically a pass through to the state library that's using this for those digital equity resources and grants or whatever you guys have.
Yeah.
That's my one big idea for the whole meeting.
Good idea, Mark. Yeah, you contributed.
Online, Lori commented that Universal Class has resume and other letter building classes, so maybe we could get some e-resource money in there too. I was thinking about digital equity. It's not on here, but one of my trustees and we just had our county public health assessment, and we're like, oh, this is a great opportunity to let them know that the library could be a good resource for telehealth, but that we could use a little bit of money to help us set up a private space, because we don't have. That's the one thing we're missing to help folks with telehealth, is to be able to say, this room is totally private and you can feel comfortable talking about sensitive issues. Can telehealth be connected with digital equity?
Definitely. Yep.
So I think that's a thing in Montana.
Yep.
And I think that's a possibility too, of some kind of possibly using the funds to create space, because I know that is an issue for a number of libraries. You know, they'd love to do it, but
Yes.
you can't exactly put somebody in the middle of the library with a laptop and have them discussing their health issues. You know, and I know some have put them in the director's office.
Circulation desk.
Well, some put them in the director's office, but then that's not really great either. You know, for a lot of reasons.
A lot of those healthcare providers, though, for telehealth, they require more than just a room that people can't hear you talking in. It's like a network consideration. Like they won't let you get on a public internet.
So I think, I personally do some telehealth, and years ago, you used to have to go to the clinic to do that telehealth, and it you know, was more restricted. Now there's telehealth options where you can just be at home on your computer or on your phone, and they've removed that, so it doesn't have to be a VPN or something.
I've had different experiences. Even
There are some LSTA funded programs that have done.
That would support that. We've got some chat going on. Oh, Genevieve, sorry, scroll back up.
Yeah.
I think, wasn't there one that started with many moons ago? Here we go. Amelia says, many moons ago, I did briefly talk with Serve Montana about AmeriCorps and AmeriCorps visas and what that looked like. Nothing definitive came out of that conversation, but I do have a couple of contacts there. I will say I don't remember specifics, but it was quite a bit of a lift to establish a VISTA program, and they have specific criteria and stuff. And I believe VISTAs can't provide, they can't provide direct services. There's something.
It's like they bridge, but they don't.
They bridge, but they can't actually do it. So that could be an issue. And LM is interested in telehealth stuff in public libraries, by the way. Lori says they have grants to help libraries with that. Amelia says some other telehealth things. I talked with some DPHHS folks, and there was some weird stuff going on with insurance that made them not quite ready to partner with libraries / any organization working in this area. That was in 2022 though.
And I think regarding the AmeriCorps Vista, you know, one of the things that a number of states are doing in this area, they call digital navigators. And that's kind of one of the programs I've been looking at. And so I don't think we need, I mean, I don't know how much money is available, but I don't think we need to look necessarily at really bare bones on this, that, you know, we could afford to hire people. And especially if we're talking about a limited number and having them remote and, you know, and doing hours, and, you know, I don't think it would be that cost prohibitive, but, you know, we could hire people to do this and look at how other states have done digital navigator programs, because there's a number who have it, and it's been quite effective in those states of helping people with, you know, learning how to use computers and dealing with specific, filling out program things, they've used them for affordable connectivity program applications. So, I don't think that has to be a barrier. AmeriCorps or Vista.
Well, I think there's a lot of great stuff here. It's exciting to think about another potential pool of grant money.
Yeah, just want to make a note, if anybody, and maybe we should share this with Kate too, if anybody's thinking about trying to tie telehealth with their digital equity plans, I think the state has some good data on medical deserts, access to medical providers and access to like mental health services in the state that could be used to bolster some of those plans and applications.
Anything else about priorities for us? Because you're doing all kinds of discussion, but what should we prioritize?
I mean, to me, those first two, the digital equity plan and then the training classes. I mean, if I had to pick two, and maybe with digital skills, I mean, geared towards our patrons, but also our libraries as well. That would be helpful. I have a hard time. I mean, every time there's a new staff member, I kind of panic because I'm like, oh my gosh, all of these new things I have to teach them. And it's just gotten more and more complicated.
I just want to point to number 7, information about affordable internet. I don't think needs to be the priority of time or money, but it would be great to have. I have tried to like print off information. A lot of times of people needing help with access to affordable internet also need help with navigating the internet and finding things and like just trying to find my way to that 1-800 number for them to call, or what's the name of that program again? So, I mean, that's a fairly easy one to solve. That's like a front and back handout or a pamphlet or something, but I do think that's important. And I think, in the goal of like helping people achieve digital equity, the best way to do that is with their own internet at home. I mean, it's great that we can lend out hotspots. It's great that they can use the computers in the library, but those are limited, finite resources, times of day, days of the week. And so I don't want to lose track of making sure people know what their options are. And I think the hotspot program is critical. I just hope we can handle that elsewhere.
Yep.
I think the job seeker assistance is pretty important, at least for us in our library. And I think in terms of, my top 3 would probably be the digital equity plan, digital skills training classes. And then I'd probably hop down to job seeker assistance. I just think that that's really, going to be really important, especially just as the economic landscape changes and things might get more automated. I think it's going to be really helpful and important for libraries to do that. And I think in terms of the goodwill that could build, I think that's going to be huge. So that's my thought.
Libraries involved with economic development is always a good pairing.
Yeah. Even if it's just hosting like a job services agency every so often. Alyssa?
I was gonna say, I mean, I guess I even see that potentially just being lumped in with digital skills training. Same thing, I guess, with cybersecurity, potentially seeing that then meshed in with your digital equity plan.
Could you clarify for me, Suzanne? Because sometimes when we're talking about digital skills training / classes, it really sounds to me like that's for library staff, not patrons, or is it for patrons?
I think it's really for both. Yeah, I'm with Alyssa because, we can't help our patrons if we're not comfortable with it ourselves and if we don't know it ourselves. So I think it has to start with the staff and make sure that they have the skills they need and can help the patrons.
But as a service the state library provides, would that be a service provided to library staff or provided to library patrons or both?
Well, I mean, I think generally what we've been emphasizing so far is skills for staff. And so, you know, what Amelia and Bobby have been working on. Now, as was pointed out, we also have access to resources through like Universal Class that we can certainly promote to our patrons, you know, to help them with their skills, you know, particularly with things like, you know, various Microsoft programs, other programs that will help them with skill sets that will probably help them with jobs. And conceivably, people could benefit from some of the skills training that we do, but I don't see us being able to, you know, come to your library and do classes for you, or that's,
But I think that the digital
only.
navigator model is intended to help.
yeah,
patrons,
yes.
and having that online virtual digital navigator audience. I think the audience for that program is patrons.
Right, and I guess you guys have the model in play now of the virtual programs. This would be an offshoot of that, where it's going directly down to the patron level.
Can you do a
Lori-
tiny tech class? Can you do a tiny tech class on Universal Class maybe? So that library directors and library staff can go in and click on it and learn more about it. There's so many cool classes. There's over 600 classes. Our homeschoolers use it. It's accredited. So there's no reason to not. I mean, if we don't use it, we're gonna lose it. So.
Lori, Colette is saying already did.
Yeah, hi, this is Bobby here. You can actually find it in the YouTube channel that we've got. There's been a class on that, and some videos have also been added to our knowledge base based on that class that should help you find your way around with a whole introductory session. And there's also a one of those self-paced online classes in the works, but it's going to take a little bit to pull all of that together.
Colette has popped a link into the chat that is directly to the MSL YouTube channel.
They are so awesome.
I don't know what other people's experience at libraries is though, but I see it up at the top where top programs were the same. The ones that the community needs, it says digital literacy and digital skills gaps, and then below it just says digital skill. And the more and more I see, it's not that people don't have a lack, the digital inequity isn't caused by a lack that they don't know how to run, they have no mouse skills. It's that they have, I believe what I read on InfoWars skills, right? And so that's a totally different, like these people should not have the keys to the car, but they got them. They know how to run the mouse, they know how to fill out forms, and so that the inequity isn't caused by that, it's caused by the fact that what they do.
Well, lack of critical
It's
thinking.
critical thinking, right,
Yeah.
exactly. So that's a totally different thing in my mind than teaching people how to run a mouse. and
Well, that-
create an email.
That's interesting. Well, yeah, it's sort of like, it's functional digital illiteracy. It's the
Right.
same way you can be functionally illiterate, even though you can text and sort of, you know, understand things basically, but not at a deeper level. And I think that's sort of what we're running into now is people are, yeah, they can navigate the basic sort of
They can turn it on, do all
mechanical
that stuff.
tasks, sort of, but it's the,
Well, they can get to
Yeah.
like the QAnon site, but
Yeah.
they can't get anywhere else.
or they're able to search for, you know, resume template, and then they end up getting into these like fee-based ones or something like that. Like they're not, you know, the people that are going to like Google to type in like Yahoo mail address or Yahoo email to like go. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, this isn't meant to like denigrate or anything, just to like, you know, show that like,
There's different kinds of inequity.
yeah, and which one should we focus on? Cause yeah, it's not.
More and more I see that there's always the old guy that
Yeah.
never learned how to type.
Yeah.
But more and more it's that they know full well how to run the computer and everything. You don't have to teach them that. You have to teach them how not to believe everything you read, basically.
I definitely have a lot of patron interactions where we have that conversation of, you know, if you even give someone a fish and they eat for a day, or you teach them how to fish, and I'll be like, are you wanting to learn how to fish? You know, do you
Right,
want
I
me
flat out just use it.
to walk you through this and show you how I'm making these changes to your resume or whatever it is we're doing? Or do you want me to just
Do it and get the hell
real
out of
quick
here.
in 5 minutes, like put this together for
Right.
you? Because sometimes it is just like a one-off, they just need this
Right.
help on this one thing. Sometimes it's something where, you know, they want to take careful notes and practice it themselves, so.
We just find we're lucky if it's a one-off. then we've created a monster. So we purely teach them how to fish.
Okay, okay.
But I understand, yeah. No.
Well, this has always been another, like, really, we've had a lot of feelings and things to discuss. Suzanne, do you feel like you've gotten some direction? Or no?
I'm gonna take like the top three that you talked about and see what we can incorporate with others, but.
Well,
yeah.
remember that was Mark's one good idea that he's going to
Yeah,
have.
I've got Mark's one good idea and
it
we'll
looked
we'll
like
go ahead with
Aaron-
that.
Aaron had a comment in the chat about digital equity plans that I don't,
Oh, did
that
we
I think
miss it?
might
It was
have
a good-
gotten kind of
it was a
flooded
good
down,
comment.
so yeah, we should.
Okay,
There we go. There we go.
thank you, Mark. Aaron says, wouldn't a digital equity plan for libraries include staff training and understanding the needs of the community?
Absolutely.
A good
I
one
would certainly hope so.
And so I think a lot of what we are talking about in this section is really needing for us all to be able to have those individual digital equity plans before we tax the state library with the next thing we need. So we can't just say, these are all potential needs. Please do it. I think we need to, make sure that we're also taking that responsibility in each library system.
You know,
We need Kate McMahon at all the fall federation meetings or something like that.
That would be, the contract ends June 30th.
Okay,
But what she's gonna do is create a template for libraries and then a webinar that will be recorded, that will walk libraries through how you do a digital equity plan. And what you need to think about.
Yeah. But it,
How do I do that?
Yeah.
That?
yeah,
Okay.
but it sounds like, Aaron, I'm wondering if incorporating in that template, something like the survey that we created for libraries, that libraries could then share with their patrons to help inform that plan. And to Alyssa's point, keep it up to date, might be a useful component of the planning process.
And also, I feel like a huge noob because I don't understand this at all. This is a challenge of having the federations is that technically we're invited, but we don't actually get an invitation, at the tribal college libraries. I don't know if it's all of the tribal college libraries don't get that invitation, or it's because we don't receive state aid, but if this has been discussed at federation meetings, I don't know when those happen, so I'm really frustrated because I don't understand what we're even talking about, really.
Aaron, that's such good feedback. Let me tell you, the heads nodding in this room, so people are hearing that.
And I think, your consultants will certainly support you with the digital equity planning and how to make the templates work and reaching out to your communities and that kind of thing. That's one of the things we do.
I'm sure Clay is taking furious notes for a TE on digital equity plans.
She'll have it covered in no time. But thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Jenny, is it okay to move on to the FY24 budget without having had the cost share formula discussion, or should we?
I think it's okay, but I think we probably don't have enough time to do that conversation justice before lunch.
So there's something we can,
I can do a legislative
we've got
update.
20 minutes before lunch comes.
Why don't I do a legislative update?
All right, we are jumping down the agenda to legislative update.
So if you haven't heard, the legislature wrapped up business yesterday. Thank goodness. It was in dramatic fashion. The Senate voted to sine die early afternoon. The Democratic leadership in the Senate voted to sine die. They don't have to sine die simultaneously. So once the Senate said they were done with business and they had a majority vote, they were done with business, which meant that the House could not rely on the Senate to conduct any business with them after the Senate was adjourned. So any bills that might have needed to be negotiated in free conference could no longer be negotiated in free conference. The House couldn't send the Senate any amendments to any bills. It was done. So it kind of tied the House's hands in terms of any kind of legislation that they needed to get passed. And the big one, of course, being House Bill 2, the state budget bill. The Senate had a chance to review what was initially proposed by the House. The Senate then made some amendments to the House's version of the budget that didn't impact any of the funding in the state library's budget. Typically what you would see then is the House accepting some of the amendments from the Senate, rejecting some, and the bill going to free conference for final negotiation. With the Senate adjourning, the only thing the House could do was accept the Senate amendments or not, and send the legislative session into a special session sometime before July 11th. That did not happen. Thankfully, the House did vote to pass the budget. It was one of the stranger things I've ever seen. There was no debate. There was a couple of people that spoke in support of the budget, and then it passed. And there were probably 20 other bills that happened that way. The very last bill that the House voted on last night around 9 o'clock was House Bill 946, which is the companion bill to Section E portion of the budget bill, the bill that calls for the study of the hotspot program and other things. But that was the very last bill to get voted on. So I thought that was funny. The way the bill was described in the debate was the study that looks at MSL or the Montana State Library, etc. I thought that was funny. I got a chuckle out of it. So, there's what that means for us is that there's some fallout for us to pay attention to. There are bills that have been passed that we still need to know whether or not the governor is going to sign. There was a bill, for example, that made some changes to the public notice requirements for open meeting laws that has been passed that we need to make sure the governor signs, and then that information will be shared with libraries and incorporated with our manuals, that kind of thing. Basically, that change just requires online notification of public meetings. So any library that's not doing online notification of public meetings would have to change their processes. So those kinds of bills will be shaking out over the next few weeks as the governor sees bills that have passed and chooses to sign them or not. And we'll be doing our best to monitor those and letting you know what we have learned. If you in your communities are hearing about bills or have questions about a bill that may or may not have passed and its implications, and you haven't heard us talk about it, please do ask, because I don't even know. I mean, there were literally close to 5,000 bill draft titles proposed. There's some great stats on the legislative website homepage about the number of bills that were heard, the number of bills that were passed. It was pretty staggering. So please do ask in case there was something that we missed that you will want to know about. The good news, the state budget, the state library budget passed as proposed by the governor with the addition of $400,000 a year to continue the hotspot program. That was fantastic. And then, of course, state aid getting reauthorized is pretty fantastic in this political climate. We couldn't have had a worse year to have to reauthorize state aid. So bravo to everyone involved with testifying and, contacting your legislators and paying attention to that bill. That was pretty impactful, I think, this year. 25% increase in the amount of state aid and the addition of tribal college libraries. I mean, that has been a goal for years, and I'm just thrilled to be at that point. We have to go through some administrative rules processes to determine the final allocation formula to actually award funds to tribal colleges. So that's something that we will be looking at over the summer and into the fall. But I'm just super excited to be having that opportunity ahead of us. Few other bills that I know were all on everyone's minds. House Bill 234, the obscenity bill, did pass, but was rewritten to the point that it really has no impact to our constituency. Libraries, public libraries were amended out very, very early on in the process. So there was really not going to be any impact to public libraries or museums. And then a lot of the final amendments that were passed really protect school libraries by pointing to how school libraries already fit into existing law. I expect that the governor will sign that bill, but at this point, it appears as if there really is no impact to school services. The drag queen bill did pass in some of the final moments of the legislature yesterday. It was in the Senate. The Senate accepted the House's amendments, and they very specifically call out schools and libraries. Schools and libraries are not allowed to have drag queen story time. Just period. I expect that the governor will sign that bill. I have no reason to think he wouldn't sign that bill. We do know that it will probably almost immediately be litigated, and we'll see what comes of that. I am not aware of a library that has ever had a drag queen story time, so I don't really know practically what that means for libraries. I think my larger concern would be just the impact to your library board's authority to determine what kinds of programming you can offer in your communities. So I think that's something for us to monitor and talk about. Another bill that we had talked about was House Bill 913. Some of you had heard me describe that bill as the pressure relief valve bill for the obscenity bill, giving the legislature bills that they could vote for. So they would vote against the obscenity bill, and 913 would have codified the requirement for schools. This was specific to schools to have library collection development policies and codify the procedures for challenges to materials. That bill did fail. So that bill did not pass, but thankfully we know that the obscenity bill was modified. So the impact really shouldn't be felt. I know that there's probably other bills. There was a number of bills that could have impacted local funding and funding to libraries. To our knowledge, all of those were defeated. That will be something we'll be looking at in the fallout of some of the things that happened at the end of the session to make sure any language from those bills wasn't amended into bills that did ultimately pass. But we have not been alerted by our lobbyists, and we're not aware of anything that may have happened in the last moments. Questions? Anything you were tracking that I didn't mention? I think we have to hold our heads high. This was a hard, scary session, and it could have gone very, very differently. If you look at North Dakota, it could have gone very, very differently. And I think the lesson for all of us is when we use our voices, we are listened to, we have power. And I hope that this just really motivates us to keep having these really hard, scary conversations, because we have so much support in the state, and people do listen.
So this is legislative session adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
So I know the standards have to be looked at because tribal libraries are now included. And at Emily, you mentioned the master's degree requirement being looked at the same time. Would you speak to that?
Yeah.
Because that has been really concerning to me and my board.
Okay. So we have 4 or 5 rules that we're going to look at this summer, and there's a link in the State Library Commission meeting materials that we can send to you. They One is the funding formula. To look at how we distribute funds to tribal college libraries. We want to create a more precise administrative rule that directly states what state funding is. So that includes state aid and federation funding, and make it explicit that that's tied to the standards. We want to have better definitions around what a hardship is and what the waiver and deferral process looks like. So that's a little bit more black and white for people. And then in the discussions about reauthorizing state aid, we did commit to looking at the rule that requires the Masters of Library Science degree. So we are going into that process with sort of an open mind as to what that outcome would look like. Right now, the rule says a master's in library science or equivalent degree. So the question we are going to ask the task force in the library community is, what is that equivalent degree? And should there be alternatives to then that Master's of Library Science? That will be a very open, very public process in the same way we adopted the public library standards. So we will have a task force that is going to help us look at all of these administrative rules. And that will include public comment. Once we get to the point of the commission adopting draft administrative rules, which we believe will happen probably in October, that will also necessitate a public comment period. And in the public comment requirements for the administrative rules process, we can have actual public hearings. And I suspect that this is a point within that evaluate or deliberation that would want a public hearing. And so that would be an opportunity for anyone to come and share their points of view with the full commission. Okay, thank you. Other questions about the legislative session or the administrative rules process?
Presuming the governor signed, we'd be seeing the 50 cent. That's the check we would get this fall, and the tribal libraries would get their check this fall. Even though the administrative rules piece comes.
The tribal libraries would not receive funding this fall. They would be eligible next fall.
Upon showing that they've met this.
They have to show they meet the standards, but we also have to have that administrative rules created. So
In order for them to receive. So
Yeah.
this year, it'll up to the 50 cent, but it'll be held to the standards as they exist, the administrative rules as they exist right now.
yeah. And then a year from now, tribal libraries will complete the standards process in the same way that public libraries do. And in the fall of 24, then receive funding.
I'm sure the thought of changing these standards is a little scary to you. But it does make sense to try to be a little more specific and clarifying that equivalent degree notion.
Yeah, I mean, there's been discussion in the library community, as you're all aware. So, I think we want to try to be as clear and precise as possible. That's what administrative rules are for.
I just want to say thank you to those of you that I picked up the phone and called you. Still owe you a beer. For testifying, because I know that's an intimidating process. But I agree with Jenny, it really makes a difference.
Makes a huge difference. When we were in Senate Finance.
Oh,
and-
anytime there's PEP, just let me know.
And Cup was like, and you even got my librarian. I mean, that makes.
Well,
a
that's why I
difference.
talked to Eureka.
Yeah, that-
In my testimony.
it makes a difference.
Yeah.
And Mitch talking about having to fill out federal government forms on those computers and to watch all of the legislators chuckle. Because they know, they hear about it too. You guys know how to connect with these people. And
Aaron has a comment in chat. Here is the Northwest Commission for Colleges and Universities changes for libraries. It is challenging because what is quote qualified personnel?
So I think this is a debate that is going way beyond just public libraries. There are changes in language that make this challenging when we're talking about master's degrees. And I know that it's a change in the accreditation standards that libraries didn't support. So I just wanted to share that just because I'm an accreditation guru as well.
Yeah, that's helpful, Aaron.
And it's a great point that it is bigger than just, Montana and looking at that. And it's really unfortunate and scary, but not to just throw a random anecdote out there, but UC Berkeley, certainly one of the most liberal places there could be. They were looking at doing away with their anthropology library to save $400,000 a year. So it could just all be absorbed into something else. I mean, there is, this trend of librarianship, even in academia, sort of being looked. And I think the qualified personnel is an interesting thing. If you don't have a library, you don't really need to have a librarian to run it. You can just have, or if you don't have to have that qualified personnel, it can just be like, oh yeah, this person's responsible for all those books over there, but they also do this, that, and the other, and are an adjunct professor. And, it's sort of interesting from different sides, sort of this lack of appreciation. So.
Well, and one of my schools has basically done away with their school library. And so there is no librarian in the school. And they walk the couple blocks down to our library and use our books.
Yeah.
Which I guess in some ways benefits us, but it's really sad that they don't have access to that at their school.
And I know that reducing the school library ratio is considered as part of, something with OPI a while back, and just sad to see that happening on a, higher education level in places that, I don't know.
Kale says slippery slope.
Yeah, for sure.
Art, music, and now libraries from Lori. Clay said that didn't happen, Mark, thankfully, the change in the school requirements.
Yeah.
So there's some heavy thoughts to go into lunch with.
Yeah.
But I think we all extend a huge debt of gratitude, Jenny, to your hard work and your communication with us has been amazing. And I know we owe so much to our lobbyists and their enthusiasm and hard work and grit. This year took a lot of grit.
The Library Association will be looking at maintaining the contract. The contract exists at least through next March, but also expanding the scope so that we can do more work in the interim, more kind of community building and coalition building during the interim. So really encourage anybody who is involved with Emily leadership, or you're talking to Emily leadership, to talk about that need.
Aaron's agreeing. Thank you so much for the constant updates on the legislative session. It was very helpful. Yeah, I personally have never appreciated the work that Emily does behind the scenes, with advocacy as much as this year. I think they really proved their value and we needed them. And I'm so glad that was in place.
Rachel and Melissa did great. They did so awesome.
They did. Okay, I think let's take a lunch break. Let's 12:35.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that drag queen? No drag queen.
Folks online, we are resuming. We are going back on the agenda to the first page with the cost share formula update, and we have Ashley Candich with us.
Yes, you said that perfectly. Well done. Thank you. Okay, first, I want to start by thanking everybody for being flexible in this presentation today. I really appreciate it. And I just kind of wanted to give a little bit of an update on where the cost share formula stands and kind of what changes have been made since we met and discussed this last. So when we talked last, the cost share formula was getting created a little bit differently. We had it based, the cost based on a percentage of population and title holdings within each library. And I think we had all kind of discussed that that breakout wasn't getting us quite the formula results that we were looking for. So we kind of went back to the drawing board and discussed some other ways to accurately determine the cost of the shared catalog, Montana Library to Go, and OCLC for each of these libraries. And what we came up with was sort of a new strategy. So what we're doing is determining what we're going to call the cost share user base for each of the libraries. And that cost share user base is defined by the library type. So for academic libraries, which will also include tribal libraries in the future, that cost share user base is defined as the student FTE or student count and faculty, because we're assuming that those are the users of that library. For special libraries, and that would be libraries like a law library or libraries within a hospital. These are kind of unique library situations. The cost share user base is defined as the staff count for whatever building that library is housed in. So if it's for a hospital, the staff count for the hospital. If it's for the law library, it's for the law firm. That's the word. And then we also have K-12 schools, and that cost share user base is based, it's defined as the student counts and the teacher counts at that school. And then finally, we have public libraries, and public libraries cost share user base is the service area population that matches the state aid calculation. Just for a little clarification on what that all looks like. So, so moving forward, we're going to base our costs off of this cost share user base. And so we pulled all of the different library types to get this data, and we came up with what was going to be this cost share user base calculation. And what we found from that information was that we were getting closer to a accurate depiction of the services each library is providing and what would be an appropriate reflection of their costs based on who they're serving, essentially. But we also found that the percentages that historically we've used to get these figures kind of vary wildly. So for example, in the documentation that is in the meeting for today, you can see that for Beaverhead County, the Montana Library to Go portion of the cost was about 0.57%, but for OCLC in the same county, it was almost 1.6%. So these costs have been defined by wildly different figures for as long as this has been kind of a problem. And so moving this cost formula to a new single cost definer was kind of, we were seeing difficulties in getting the new cost breakouts to be less than 3% because the original deciding factors in the formula varied so drastically. And so that's kind of where we're at this point. We have a new understanding of how we should be breaking out these expenses and a new formula, but the problem that we ran into was that the percentages were varying drastically. So the conclusion that we came to was, I think we just need to all be on the same page of what we want this formula to look like moving forward, and we want it to be as accurate and fair as possible, and then use that to move forward. I don't think we will, because all of the factors historically have varied between a variety of factors such as population, title holdings, etc. That I don't think there's any one data point that'll get us to a new formula and not have cost changes under 3 to 5%. Do you have any questions so far, or where we're at? Comments? Thoughts?
Ashley, can you, speak to the discussion we had about kind of floors, cost floors?
Yep. So the other thing that came up in the assessment of, recalculating out these costs is that there were some libraries that were very, very small. And so you were seeing costs for OCLC that were like $40 for their annual participation in the program. And it didn't make sense to have these wide varying, cost results. Because you would see anything from like $30 as their total annual cost to like $30,000 based on the library size. And so what we decided made the most sense was to have a cost floor, and that was going to be based on which program they were participating in. So shared catalog and OCLC, I believe, we considered about a $500 floor. And then Montana Library to Go, I think we had about a $200. I might have had some of those programs backwards, but about a $200 floor. And then from there, making it so that we have this floor point that's like the starting point for everybody. And then based on your cost share user base, it would increase at that point. The other thing that has kind of changed is we have kind of done a lot of this analysis by county. And we realized that maybe it didn't make sense to summarize it that way. So now we're looking at it by library type. So we're going to calculate those costs by the different library types, which again are academic, special, K-12, and public. And each of those library types have sort of a scale on their cost share user base. So we're hoping that that'll kind of bring us to a more balanced review of how these cost shares are going to get split, including that floor. And then I think that was it. Does that sound right? Yeah.
Ashley, I'm curious, when we look at these numbers and the totals, are these in this cost share formula, like are the libraries covering the full costs of these programs, or is there still, you've subtracted out what the state library currently contributes?
So it still takes out the contribution from the state libraries. So how it is set up is we have the total cost of those programs less the library support dollars, which could come from COLE, federal, whatever, to get your total cost for, let's say, shared catalog, right? And then the hope is that now we will break out that shared catalog expense between the 5 different library types, likely based on size. So for example, I've noticed that, let's see, like public libraries, of course, have the greatest support. They serve the greatest portion of our population. And so public libraries would probably share the greatest percentage of the total cost that has to be shared between libraries. So they will have like the greatest percentage. And then most likely K-12, those are kind of the next step down. And then, or actually academic libraries probably, those would be the universities, tribal colleges, and then K-12, and then special libraries last. So the percentage breakout of the total cost would happen between those 5 libraries to come together to create the total cost for the shared catalog, less what the state library is funding. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
What are our next steps with this? You mentioned actually playing around with presenting it in different formats, but also a frustration that you couldn't keep it at the 3 to 5%.
Yeah, so my goal is to hopefully take the data that we have now. Every step of this process, we've kind of gained a little bit more insight, a little bit more information. So I want to take the data we have now with the defined cost share user bases, and then kind of develop a plan for that formula. So we would kind of look at what percentages feel appropriate to be applicable for public libraries, or historically match what has been covered by public libraries, and then take those percentages and break it out instead by county and now by library type, and come back to you with hopefully a little bit of a new formula, a new breakout with a lot more of a understanding of how we came to this decision. And then hopefully we can review it and say that we feel that it is accurate, and move forward to sort of implement this cost share formula. I will say that I think part of my concern with keeping that 3 to 5% differential is that I don't think it's possible. And so really what I wanted to do was maybe have a discussion on what you guys feel is potentially reasonable, or if you feel like the cost share user base could accurately define their portion of these costs, and just kind of make sure that maybe we all feel that it is a good way to move forward, even if that means significant or insignificant changes on a library to library level.
Is the data showing that like we're really on the current model, like schools are having to pay more than they should? Like, did you note, like, generally speaking, when there was a high percentage change, was it one library type in particular being affected?
That is a great question. Let me just review this really quick, and I can tell you, this is okay, so it's going. Okay, so I noticed that a lot of the increases, well, actually, I would say the major fluxes in these costs happen in the public libraries. And I think that's because they also have the biggest portion of the population. And so those swings were getting wild. And then you were seeing smaller swings in these academic K-12 lines. So they were usually the big changes happened a lot in public, I would say. Actually, those major swings, you would see huge increases or huge decreases, and then you would find more average cost changes amongst the individual other libraries. Yeah.
So, here are my thoughts about next steps. I think we can continue to try to refine what the formula looks like to a point where we feel like we're probably using a model that's as accurate, defensible, manageable as possible going forward. And then think about the fact that, like Ashley said, we're probably not going to be able to keep to that 3 to 5% change for every library. So is there then some kind of adoption strategy that we can put in place to help manage that over a longer period of time? The things that I really appreciate about this formula that I think address the goals that we set for ourselves is that, you know, it's based on a defined metric. We have access to that data. One of the things I had asked Rebecca and Ashley is how realistic is it to maintain this data over time? It seems like that's achievable. I really appreciate that it doesn't, nothing in this metric that we're proposing to use disincentivizes use and adoption of these services the way some of our current cost share formulas potentially do. I think that's an important goal. So I feel like where we are getting to is helping us to achieve this idea of a single cost share formula model that we can apply. Some libraries potentially are going to see pretty significant increases, and some libraries are going to potentially see significant decreases. So, you know, hypothetically, could we, within the shared catalog, implement that increase and decrease over a 3 to 5 year period where, you know, the larger library or the libraries that are seeing a larger decrease pay an incrementally smaller amount over a period of time that goes into a pool that can offset the increasing costs that some of these libraries are going to pay, so that they have time to increase their contributions over a reasonable period of time. We haven't gotten to the point of looking at whether or not something like that would be feasible, but I think something like that might be necessary if we feel like adopting this kind of approach makes sense.
I also think I really like that idea. That was going to be a suggestion, not quite word for word, but somehow, you know, helping the libraries who might be seeing a big increase. But I think it would also be useful to start having helping libraries with increases create the ask for their funding, you know, institutions about why they have the increase and how that is how that's meaningful going forward. I think some of the meaningfulness I can potentially see is having a better idea of what cost increases might be, you know, in the next year, because a lot of people I've heard, you know, lots of people want they want to know because their budgets are due early in the year, but then we don't actually get our costs until mid-year. So, you know, how can we mitigate some of that? And I think, you know, coming up with a standard cost share is one way to help mitigate that and be able to put in reasonable asks for increases.
In terms of a timeline, we talked about trying to bring something to the NAC that you could actually adopt. Was it in August? Is that what our target is, where the NAC would actually take action on something? So hopefully with that action, you could potentially know what your costs were in the fall. I really appreciate what you said too, Erin, about helping libraries be able to explain the cost and the value of these services. That mirrors some of the conversation we had about the need to have some of these funding floors. I think it was the Lima School District. When we did an initial calculation, their cost for the shared catalog was like $37 or $74 or something like that. And when we said that doesn't at all reflect the cost and the value that a school is getting from being a member of the shared catalog. So.
And the discrepancy for like the public library seeing an increase, I suppose the previous count was typically your patrons, your card holders versus your population, and of course, your population is higher than your number of card holders. So that's like a way that needs to be reframed to the libraries, that you're paying based on your
Potential card.
potential users.
But they can check as many things out as they want in that one.
Right, right. Right,
Yeah.
and so if the library has been like trying to keep those low.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that they shouldn't lead.
Right.
That's not what we're saying.
But I think also we're
Good.
seeing some communities have just naturally exploded compared to others.
Population.
Yeah.
I actually was thinking that, because these numbers are not, I don't think, new census numbers, right? These numbers are the numbers we've been using for the previous 10 years. At least for my county, like.
So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I did want to say that I did use the most current census figures. And at the very bottom of the document in the meeting, you can see that it ties to what was listed in our census by county.
And so the cost share formula would automatically update only when we had new decennial census numbers.
That was the point.
Actually, an excellent question and something that we discussed internally. And so there, one of the benefits of using this cost share user base definition that we have defined is that a lot of these can be updated annually with ease. So the only, let's see. The only libraries that use figures tied specifically to the census were public libraries, and that's because we pull it from our state aid calculation, which comes from the census. But the academic libraries, those come from enrollment figures, which we can pull annually from the Office of Public Instruction, along with K-12. And special libraries, that information can be updated annually as well. And then we also discussed the option of using, I don't know what this means, but I know Rebecca does in case you have questions, ACS figures that are also updated annually.
They're not quite annually. They do a 5-year estimate. I actually asked about this because right now 2021 is the most recent data. So it brings you just a year further and but you could do something like, you know, when we get 5 years into this, then use the ACS. to get closer.
So just a wrench, maybe not a wrench, with the academics, you know, right now that is mainly tribal libraries. And so potentially using whatever formula is coming up with the state aid might actually reflect a little better. Otherwise, we have yearly data that we submit to, it's called iPads. And that's how Trails uses our yearly data as far as our budget, our student count. I don't think it counts in our holdings, just our budget and our student count. And so just for you to think about, you know, with academics that, you know, most of the academics are the tribal libraries.
Thanks, Erin. And then we have our 2 counties with no libraries. And so they just don't get counted in the formula, or do those people get assigned the closest libraries?
What was your stating? How's Golden Valley and Treasure?
Treasure County has a contract with Rosebud County, so their state aid gets and federation funding gets directed to Rosebud County. The Golden Valley gets shared, their federation funding gets shared amongst the South Central Library Federation. I don't know Aaron or Ashley, in terms of the population, if we tried to distribute population from those two counties?
They're on the bottom
can't
of the
remember.
spreadsheet.
Okay.
So they were not
un-
included. They were excluded.
Assigned.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Gotcha.
That could be a potential.
Although I guess if it's next to state aid, then maybe it's
see.
added in number for Rosebud. I don't know.
We might want to add Treasure County into Rosebud.
Yeah, I think on the state spreadsheet, it's just calculated out separately and then like added when the checks are made.
Yes.
That's how we do it.
So if our goal is libraries, like knowing what their bill is gonna be for the next year, it's still gonna be contingent on population fluctuations, but also total program costs, right?
Yeah.
And so we really won't know the total program costs earlier in order to apply the cost share formula to it, right? We'll still be restricted to May, June.
I think we could do a better job of
Yeah.
Anticipating.
Yeah, with
Contracts that have,
personal services.
Cause I agree that's certainly been like a feedback item at the meetings recently, is people saying they're not getting these numbers in enough time.
And I'm sorry that I was out of word, but how are we calculating the program cost for Montana Library to go with the fact that it's severely underfunded? And we could triple the program cost and we still probably wouldn't meet need.
We've just been implementing a flat percentage fee for the last few years. To the extent that we think it's reasonable to ask the libraries to increase. This year it's 10%, which is probably pushing.
Yeah, somebody was really pushy at that meeting.
But in theory,
Back her up.
yeah. To Susie's point with this cost share formula, you could plug in any kind of program cost.
Right.
And know what the cost would be.
But these current figures are based on basically the current level of service we have.
And we also say for
Actually,
terms of time.
I do want to be really clear that what you're looking at is last year's cost share information. So what I did, just for consistency's sake, is I used the same dollar amounts in the old formula and the new formula. They're just broken out differently, and that's last year's dollar amounts for consistency.
Thanks, Ashley.
Yep.
Yeah, were you gonna say something?
I was going to say that for the programs that are subsidized by federal dollars, that sometimes we're waiting on that award to ensure that we can reduce costs to libraries before we have them vote on something. And maybe there's a way to secure that funding commitment before spring, but that's typically why we have to wait.
A lot of it is out of your hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think my library was looking at like a 36% increase on this, which is, stops me in my tracks, but it's like doable. But then I'm looking at the libraries that are like 72% increase. And there was a bit of whining, definitely a Montana Library to Go from people, like how they were gonna even do a 3% increase, which I think that comes down to bigger issues than those programs themselves. But yes, I mean, there will be people who have a lot of pushback to this, but it's gotta be paid for. The consortiums give you cheaper access to these programs than you would ever be able to negotiate on your own. The value is there. It's reframing the way we think about how it's appropriate. And it makes me want to cry to think that there are places paying 72% more than they should. So I would like to do right by those places, by those libraries.
So the hope. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say, the hope that splitting it by library type is that we can drop some of those percentage variations and get it a little bit more close to what feels accurate, what feels appropriate, what percentage of the total cost should be covered by these specialty libraries, what should be covered by public libraries, and bringing those percentages down to something a little bit more comfortable. It might not be that 3 to 5% range, but getting it really consistent amongst the library types, really close to something that feels like an accurate representation of the value, agreeing to that and then moving forward with what that looks like.
And I think being clear with people, you know, the cost savings, right? Like, and because that helps me when I go to the commissioners to say, you know, if I had to do this on my own, it would be, you know, $50,000 of our budget, and we're getting this for 6,000. I think that helps too.
And we can help with all of that information and data. I'm so grateful for you, Ashley, to help us figure out how to crunch these numbers. If a bunch of librarians were sitting around trying to do this.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. It's been really fascinating. I feel like I've learned a lot about libraries across the state as I've kind of dug into this and all the different factors that could have been used in determining the formula. I feel like we're getting much closer, and I appreciate you being willing to have these conversations as we get stuck in the process or find that there's new challenges to look at. So I thank you all for your continued involvement in the conversation, and I'm really excited to see how this looks, hopefully in our next meeting, and with better information, a little bit more, you know, closely reflecting what we're going for, and I am really happy to be involved in helping us get this figured out.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Oh, Erin, sorry. Erin says I can attest to the value of MSC compared to what we paid on our own. And then is it something to work toward growing MSC, or do you feel like we are at a threshold with number of libraries?
I do not think we are at a threshold with number of libraries. We, in 2014, when we sort of felt like we were hitting the threshold, we started implementing the reorg and some efficiencies across that make the configuration a little more streamlined, to make it easier for the staff level to match the libraries. And I feel like that's still sustainable. The staff number has gone up a little bit. We've, you know, Cersei Dynex has made some improvements to the system that to the point where we've now got this streamlined basis, and now we're going back and revisiting areas where libraries can have a little more custom or a little more tailored to what they need. So I think that continues to be sustainable. We can add new libraries. In terms of growing the MSC, we don't have, in the public libraries particularly, we don't have a lot of place to go. I think it's less than 20 libraries in the state that are not on the shared catalog that are public libraries. If we're talking school libraries, there's hundreds, but public libraries, there's not a lot to go in terms of getting everyone on. So we always are interested in providing them numbers or telling them about our services if that would help them. But sometimes it just takes the people who are there are happy with what they're on, and it takes changing of staff at libraries or something happening to their software or something before they want to move, because migration is a big chore. So,
or the school libraries probably are operating without a proper catalog.
A lot of them are on Bullet, which has really low pricing, like they're really tailored to schools, and so they have fairly low pricing. We just actually had a school library switch over to Bullet last fiscal year. She said something about not needing a high-end sports car. Like, this shared catalog has a lot of functionality that some very small schools just don't need. So sports car is still there.
Like, I just didn't know that I had a sports car.
Just put down on it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the talking point for the.
Yeah, Amelia says MSC is a Maserati.
I did find something that Bruce Small wrote like 20 years ago that was like, why drive a Yugo when you could drive a something?
Yes.
That is
maybe what Ford doesn't make Tauruses anymore. Like, what's the good, modest American made
Right.
sedan? Yeah.
Yeah.
But
stop.
Yeah.
But it's not just for racing.
Yeah, I mean,
There
there
you go.
it's not in a vehicle, it's a Subaru.
Yeah.
Melody says, please don't anyone tell Cersei Dynick someone said that about her.
Yes, it's a sports car for people who don't necessarily have use, like, why would you have a sports car in Montana? So,
Yeah.
yes, they can keep improving. They are not the best out there.
But no, and that, to her point, as more libraries join, then your money goes farther. Like, it doesn't hurt our buying power. It's actually in our contract that we can add libraries to the shared catalog up to 6 million annual cert without increasing our cost with Cersei Dynex.
Oh.
So we've got a ways to go where we,
You would get that if you had.
we're
it all
about
full.
4.5 million cert annually right now.
What if we expanded sharing group participation, though? That might affect circulation.
Mm-hmm.
That would be part of growing this.
Yeah, I think it would, but I mean, we've stayed pretty steady at under 5 million cert for like the last 7 or 8 years. So even adding, we'll have to see what happens after a year of Great Falls being in partners. That's- Yes. Yeah.
It's not a big jump.
Yeah, so circulation going up is good, and that, fixing the cost share formula so that it doesn't penalize you for joining a sharing group and increasing your circulation.
Yeah.
Great.
About, is there a way to apply the cost share formula to the courier? If we're looking at expanding that?
I don't know. I think you should try, yeah.
Courier costs obviously are more affected by, I guess, where you are on the path rather than how many people are there.
Or not on the path.
Yeah, like how many times per week they're coming to your location.
We went from 3 to 5.
Yeah.
And now we have a bunch of extra crates. Thank goodness for the Friends book sale.
Interesting. Yeah. We'll have to look at
Oh,
it.
Lori's confessing that she speeds on the straight roads in Dillon. Okay, let's move on to prioritization for FY24 budget. And Jenny,
All
go.
right. This is where we really need you to lean in and help us think about how we should prioritize that, what is primarily that increase in Library Services and Technology Act funding that we received for starting this fiscal year. So what you have in your materials is, do we have the actual budget?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's on
yeah.
page 2 with the-
Okay, thank you. So you have a preliminary budget that Ashley has prepared, working with our different program leads. So it takes into account our current costs. It also takes into account some of the things that we have talked about with the NAC. Just so you have an idea of next steps. From today's discussion, we would then update this budget document and it would be included in the overall FY24 budget that the commission will see at their June meeting. So as we said in the memo, after accounting for our current costs and even some of the costs that, as noted in the memo, are already included in the budget, there is between $150,000 and $160,000 for us to think about applying to some of the services that may be recommended in the memo, as well as other ideas that you might have. So I wanted to just make note of some of the things that are included in the budget that we've talked about. We talked at your last meeting and actually a couple of meetings prior as well about Dave's position to support the Montana History Portal. And as I've said, that is my top priority to maintain. And so thankfully that is already funded in the budget, so would not have to be taken into account in this $160,000. The fall workshop was talked about at your previous meeting and recommended by the NAC. So that funding is also included in the budget that Ashley has prepared. And so that's not something you necessarily need to think about. Similarly, we know we have to update our public library services software. Rebecca talked about that at a previous meeting. That is included in the budget, as well as some qualitative analysis software. One of the things that we will be talking about here is recommendations coming out of the Federation study work that recommends some increased funding to federations. That is not included in the budget. So were you to recommend adopting the Federation study recommendations and that increase, we would then update the budget that goes to the commission to reflect that increased funding for the federations. There's a suggestion of continuing funding for the Read Squared program for 6 libraries. That's not included in the budget. And then sustaining some of the funding for some of the things that we were able to support with our COVID related funding, magazines, some of the self-paced courses like Universal Class, more streaming content specifically for students, increased funding for the Courier Network. And then finally, the last thing that is included in the budget is funding for adding new libraries to the shared catalog. You don't actually see that specifically in the budget because that's included in a different line item within the state library's budget, but it is already accounted for. What is reflected in this budget is our federal funding, a little bit of our general funding, and full severance tax funding. And we do have a little bit of ability to kind of mix and match some of those funding sources. So I want to really just kind of open it up for discussion about targeting $150,000 to $160,000 of investment in these areas, or like I said, potentially others if they're well-reasoned arguments.
So that's how much play we have with this budget.
Yep. And I think we know we could put all $150,000 to the Courier, to e-content, to courses, that kind of thing. That is certainly an option. Looking at dividing up some of those numbers in different ways or options too. This is sort of where the difficult decisions come into play. You know, staff and anything you wanted to talk about specifically with regard to any of these services, where the dollars could potentially go and how far they might stretch. Looking at Kara, because a lot of them are Kara's.
Okay, I'll talk about the Courier because this is something that I thought was my top priority first. And was not funded by the legislature. And we requested $300,000 in that student package, which was not accepted. And that would have been about 3/4 of what we estimate we would need to provide an average of 3-day-a-week service to basically every county with a library. We are currently meaning the Courier libraries that contract with Montana Air Cartage are investing about $90,000 a year in that contract, and the state library puts forward $9,000 to subsidize that a little bit for the participating libraries. And so at that level of funding, we can expect to maintain the status quo with a lot of work from the libraries. We know we've had some problems with the existing contract. I have discussed that with Sean Anderson, who you know, and is our contract manager. And there are some options that we could have legal review of our contract and see if we can try to improve services that way. But maybe the more sustainable goal would be that we could have kind of a suite of regional contracts that could better serve a larger network, which would be the goal. We don't have enough funding to make that happen, obviously, but if the NAC went to, and the resource sharing committee would have a role in determining what would be the scope of the next couple of fiscal years, if we were to invest some amount of this into improving services for existing career service participants, and then growing it to different areas that we know are underrepresented, and that especially prioritizing libraries that would want to participate in sharing groups.
Courier cost is like, the more libraries that join, the more it costs, like there's no
Yeah, it's
savings.
in our current contract, it's by stop. So it's pretty simple. That's not to say there may not be other models.
And how do they handle like fluctuating gas costs? Do you, is
Yeah,
that
so
locked into
there's-
the contract?
Yeah, the 10% fuel surcharge. Currently, as long as fuel is over some dollar
So
amount.
forever.
Dollars, yeah.
So forever.
So for,
Do you know what a typical cost is for a library on a career? Or does it just vary?
it varies.
I pay about $200 a month.
Ostensibly for 3 days.
Yeah,
And you
so
pay directly to Montana Air Cartage? Okay. Yeah, because
you
you
would
know,
pay-
Missoula is our nearest hub, but we pay separately. We work with Town Mailer, and ours is 157 or so a month for 5 days a week for our stop. So, and Stevensville is on the same too. Yeah, I guess they do a lot of stuff down in Hamilton already, so it's a very economical for them because they're already coming to Hamilton 5 days a week to service the city and the county. And so we're just able to kind of piggyback on that. And same with North Valley, and then Darby just drives up, you know, personally or professionally, but you know.
So let me ask a question, make sure I understand.
Yeah.
Kara, what you were saying about kind of a regional model, you know, right now we have a contract with one courier that doesn't serve the entire state and doesn't serve the libraries we're contracted with well. In a regional model, we could potentially have contracts with these regional couriers. We wouldn't necessarily need to have a single.
I'm assuming that there are regional couriers.
Yeah.
But if there were, that could, our current service provider seems to provide pretty good service to most people in Tamarack. And I don't know, Susie, do you have, you have pretty reliable service so far?
When you money
Yeah.
better than.
We get pretty reliable service. Our switch to the partners, we had a couple issues, like our guy was used to bringing 1 crate in and out a day, and then it was like, there's 16 crates for you today. And that's happening less, we're more in the 5 to 10 range. But just our stops process, almost $500 a month, and then with the extra crates, it's more than that.
So it seems like they serve I-15 and with the exception of Dillon and Tamarack pretty well, but other locations, including Dillon, are less.
They serve wherever they serve a hospital, they serve that place well.
Yes.
Unless they're not
Yeah,
stopping at the
Unless they
hospital.
decide they're not gonna stop the hospital that day,
Yeah, because they don't stop.
because we're parasitic on their hospital,
Yeah.
which is all the most of their money.
Exactly. Yeah.
Lori says we are $200 for 4 days a month. That's in Dillon.
4 days.
A month.
Yeah.
Or do you mean $200 a month for 4 days
A week.
a week?
That's
No.
No.
Once a week.
Bad.
Cost them $200.
Yeah. Which is part of the reason that loop hasn't joined partners, because
Yeah.
they work the same way. They could join right in, but their transport is. Wow.
I'm also, Red Lodge is not on the courier service. I've played it out over the years. I wanted to be on it. It just so far financially hasn't made sense. I think I'd like to see that. I mean, I'd like us to be on the courier. I'd like us to be in a sharing group. geographically, we're just kind of at the end of the line. But we do have, compared to when I was first looking at Courier, now Laurel is on the Courier and Stillwater County as well. So it's coming closer to us, which is helpful. Johnny, you're sort of out in a desert.
I think as we're researching this, that the hospital point is a good one. I mean, like Billings, you guys almost all have a Billings clinic location. I wonder who their Courier is.
It's kind of how it started, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Benefits has quite a reach and
Yeah.
Yeah, the first person we talked to years ago was something related to medical, and it did like a triangle that would have connected Carbon and Stillwater and Yellowstone County.
We get a plumber that comes out
Yeah.
every Tuesday, so maybe we could book him with the plumber and he could bring a little trailer.
The other one, the 3 Carbon County libraries tried, and then it changed hands and it fell apart, but was 360 Office Solutions, like the company delivering office supplies.
Very early on, there was some of them were on beer distributors.
That's what I was gonna say, in Gallatin, that's how they got them.
That would mean something to Round Left, really. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a 6-pack falls in a crate once in a while.
I mean, I think the Courier is great when we talk about getting access and things to people. So far for me, interlibrary loan remains cheaper despite increasing postage costs. Staff time, I'm not sure how it compares. And then of course, it's giving less access. If you were in a sharing group on a Courier, you would certainly see more usage.
Benefit way more if you're in a shared group.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess my 2 cents is if we could figure out a way to get the Courier into more corners. Cause I'm paying staff to go to Kalispell, so when I factor in paying that person
Mileage
plus,
and
well, I mean, we have a county car that we use, and so then, but I factor in taking care of that car, factor in the fuel, and then factor in that at any moment, I feel like my commissioners are gonna be like, you gotta go find a vehicle. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely spending over 500 a month to be part of partners, so it would free up a lot in my budget.
Should we have a conversation about some of these other ideas? I guess I feel compelled to say that, and I've shared this with Tracy and Amelia, I don't recommend supporting Read Squared. Nothing to say about the service, but I don't think it's good business practice for the state library to hold on to legacy programs when we're seeing such decline in usage, and to try to support a service for just a handful of libraries. I'm thinking about your example, Alyssa, the low impact but low benefit. I think if I were to suggest one that we definitely don't fund, it would be that one. And that's a low dollar impact, but just I don't think we can justify the staff time involved.
Yeah, to me, the Courier competes most with the magazines. Since it's such high usage. But I don't know what that magazine.
Kara, what is the ask on the other 2 e-resources?
I think one, well, honestly, that for the schools, that's something we funded through ARPA, and it's probably more aspirational at this point. We always come back to this conversation from time to time in the NAC on, the scope of what we're supporting, and in a perfect world, the Office of Public Instruction would subsidize school overdrive. I think that especially in this, and I'm speaking for myself here, but after this session, I'm very concerned about the collection development rights of school libraries, and having a collective program that they buy into and that they're sharing a collection. I think that's probably safer and harder for them to be excluded from than some of the challenges they're getting on the local libraries. So I'm I wish that we had funding to support that. I don't think realistically it is the top priority for this budget, but I just wanted to kind of keep it in mind. And then for the magazines, that has been a successful program. It's a subscription, it's a flat fee for the consortium. It's $30,000 a year. We have it paid through this calendar year. So for the, I guess, if we were looking at fiscal year 24, that would be an ask. We have $15,000 to finish out fiscal 24 to support the magazine alone. Universal class, which has come up a few times, is $12,000 a year, and that's also a flat fee for everyone in the subscription.
You said, $12,000 a year, and is it the same, like? So
Yeah, we have that paid through. Yeah, we have that paid through calendar 23.
And the 12,000 is annual or 6 month?
Annual.
Yes.
So $42,000 annually to maintain magazines and universal class. Looking at the statistics, I don't think that we would recommend state funding support for the other two, which is great courses and method test prep, which I haven't seen use that.
And the federations, does anybody want to speak to that?
Sure, yeah, I will speak to that. So the Federation Task Force recommended, basically it totals $24,000. So each of the 6 federations would get an additional $4,000 that they would decide how to use. The only stipulation is it has to be used for something collaborative. It can't just be placed into grants for the libraries. And they recommended that because a few of the federations really wanted to try an annual retreat, but they didn't have the funding to do that. And since the group kind of felt like one of the most powerful things of federations is bringing together people regionally, they thought an annual retreat would help them do that. But for those federations that are already hosting an annual retreat, they didn't want to kind of basically punish them by not giving them any money. So that's why they asked for a flat $4,000 for each federation. And then they wanted to make sure that we were using it to meet the legislative intent, which the legislative intent of federations is kind of to cooperate, share resources, to provide efficient library services. And so those federations that met after these recommendations came out have been talking about how they're going to use the $4,000. Some have said annual retreats. Some of the ideas presented at Tamarack, and I'm trying to remember were book club kids. What else did they recommend? Streaming, yeah.
Like sharing canopy.
Yes.
I think, yeah, the shared movie licenses too was something that came up. And then
Nikki says traveling exhibits.
Yes,
Nikki.
good job, Nikki.
Yes.
I'm
I'm gonna bring my notes. So there were a variety of things that they have been brainstorming use of if they get the 4,000.
So Tracy, this one didn't say included in draft budget in the header, but then at the last of the paragraph, it says this is currently.
That was the last sentence is wrong. It is not.
Is not currently included.
No.
But it would need to be poll funds, or I don't understand how that. piece works.
What we would probably do working with Ashley is put something that's currently on call on LSTA and or
The federation should stay and.
yeah, just to make it clear, it doesn't have to stay in call, but just for our budgeting and payment processes, it makes it smoother. So we would probably do some internal moving things around to make that happen.
Okay, so we've got federations with a $24,000 ask. A suggestion not to continue with Read Squared, skipping over that. E-magazines, $30,000 for the year, which would be actually 15,000, because in this fiscal year, we would only need half of it covered.
If you look at your If you pull up the February 1st meeting materials, there is, I should have linked this, there's a library development funding priorities. And that
Yes.
actually breaks it out.
Existing.
Yes, and then it shows you that Kara like would need 21,000 for universal class and the magazines, maybe that was it called. Library development funding priorities, I believe. Yeah.
Yes.
That's the.
Yeah, so my calculations is 24,000 Federation, 15,000 for e-magazine, 6,000 universal class is 45,000.
Could we put some of the additional funding to the e-content streaming for schools? Something left over from this, could it go to that?
One of the things, I don't know if this would be helpful or not, but one of the things you could think about, I think just for future purposes, planning for an annual amount for universal class and the magazines. And then taking that 6-month difference and putting it
Applying it.
to the streaming service for schools, so that next year we've already budgeted that full amount. But Kara, I would look to you to know if that putting a little bit of money for this next period for that service would make an impact or not.
Kind of the equivalent amount, like 21.
Yeah, is that, yeah.
They would, I think they'd appreciate it. Looks like you asked for 25,000 on February 1st, so that'd be very close to the amount.
And, we are talking 50 to 150 to 160. There's some little bit of squishiness to work out as the budget firms up coming out of the legislative session, but. So, if we could probably get to 25,000.
And then how much for the courier to make an impact there?
Are there startup costs involved with the courier? Like, do you have to purchase those initial crates or
Yeah.
something?
Buy way
Always
more
buy crates.
Think how many crates you need.
Yeah,
And
And then
triple
double
it.
it. And then add 10 more.
Yes.
and then buy a storage unit.
And then forward them.
And for them, exactly.
I was just trying to play around in my head, like, would it make sense if we were trying to onboard a lot of new libraries onto the courier? Could we actually use some of that extra funding there?
That's an idea too.
In the initial.
Can I just throw out that I think that if the partners expand, that we really need to look at kind of the labeling of stuff. Cause it has been it wasn't that big of a deal when GFPL and for Great Falls Public Library and Glendive was GPL when we were only doing.
Well, when you're separate.
Yeah, wasn't that big of a deal when we were just doing interlibrary loan, but. It is now an issue. Yeah, so the whole labeling, I think, deserves to be revisited.
Yeah, we could, if we can rename libraries in the shared catalog, but Cersei charges us for that. So maybe we could rename DPL to Glendive or all of our little 3-letter ones to spell them out better. But there's a charge for that on Cersei.
The one that always gets me is when you go into World Share and you have to remember that Henry A. Malley Libraries brought us, like the names don't sync up the way you want them to.
Well, and there's an LCL. If they joined partners, that would kill me.
Yeah,
Would
well,
kill me.
LPL, yes.
Or yeah, LPL, yep.
But besides the nuts and bolts stuff, it would be nice to like explore this idea of I don't know how you, what you set the money aside or how you allocate it to do what with it, but to explore the idea of making it. Because we can dump as many as we want onto the partners, and if the courier doesn't keep up, then it just doesn't matter.
Right?
So figuring out a way to make it not so much fall on Montana Air cartridges.
I'm more
Bring
intrigued
back.
too by the hubs. So the
Yeah, there
more
would-
of us there are on the end,
It requires
doesn't
more
that
work
put
in it.
more work on the hubs?
Right.
So that always like,
Some hubs don't care,
okay,
When they have automated check-in
right, when they have
systems.
fancy checking systems
Well,
to do
and
anything.
the
right.
ones who are being the hubs have in the past stated explicitly that that is what they consider that just
The
A
price doesn't.
service, a
Service.
donation that they provide to the sharing group as a whole, that they will sort and everything. That's wonderful. Yeah, the more libraries, we're all for more libraries and partners.
But the sorting is an issue.
Yeah,
More people join.
yeah, clarifying names might be a good plan.
Well, and then, I mean, that's a lot on Missoula. I mean, Missoula might be able to give that as a donation now,
Right.
but if Bozeman and Lewis and Clark and a couple other libraries join the partners, that doesn't seem very sustainable to me. For Missoula to do all this.
Within those, presumably those big ones become.
Yeah. Yeah.
Elizabeth's still on the call, because I was gonna say, pretty sure
As we
Missoula
talk
will let it scale to
Yes.
infinity. They don't care.
So Kara, if you had the notion of the possibility of $100,000 that could go towards the courier network, like what do you think, like, we'll see what we can do with that, or does it excite you, or?
Excited.
I was gonna say that it's like,
Looks like
because it's not fair to give you an allotment of money that you can't really do anything with.
Yes, right.
It's hard, I don't know, it's hard to say. I think there's a procurement piece in there and figuring out what our options are. I don't think that it's realistic to put all of that into our current contract, probably, unless we're completely subsidizing. everything.
Right.
How does Wyoming shuttle books it?
What?
How does Wyoming do? 'Cause they have a state
They
library,
have lots of state funding.
but did they contract with outside places, or they do it themselves?
I don't know, they, well, like Shine.
I'll find out, I'll go visit Toby.
Right now.
Yes.
They get some services from Colorado. It's like,
Oh, that's
somebody in the south. Anyway,
It is intriguing one day to think like long-term that we have like a regional setup and we have our own courier
Right.
service. Yeah, that's our own employees and they're focused on the libraries. This isn't enough money to do that.
yeah, I think what would be with the next set the scope for what you would like to happen as a result of investing in the career for the next year.
How many libraries are currently on the courier network?
On our contract,
And this is just for public libraries?
no, but in practice, that
Academics are on it.
yeah, they had different expectations for how quickly they need to pay.
So a goal could be the number of libraries added. Regional, like getting further into.
Expanded the path.
Does every federation have at least one courier library? No.
I don't have anything against the courier, and someday I'm hoping in our part of the state. You know, that can happen. I guess from my perspective, the things that we fund. I would prefer that they're those items that are shared by everyone in the state. You know, if we don't fund ready to read, which is very small group of people. I prefer more of the funding going to those that are actually shared. Not all of us are on the courier, so that doesn't do the eastern part of the eastern part of the state. Really a lot of good by having that funding going to them. Again, not that I'm against it, and if, you know, we can throw some money to it, great. But I would like to see more of the funding where it's more distributed for everyone, for all the libraries.
Right.
Just my.
To the point that you would put the Montana K-12 SORA program higher?
I would. I think Kara made a really good point. Having their school libraries be able to have access to another collection. Depending on what might happen in the schools. Could happen.
Now, 25,000? 25,000 is what was on here, yes.
I mentioned 21. We go to
Sorry, because I've been in and out, but we were trying to work with our school district around electronic resources, and because of, is it Senate Bill 99 from last year with all of this stuff, they had real reservations about doing anything with that. And you had pushback on SORA from any libraries or any schools.
No, but we don't hold that contract.
Right.
Not on that skirt, so I have not heard of any pushback.
They were.
Yeah.
And the cost there, Kara, is like, if they opted into the program, did the ARPA funds cover their cost 100%
For the first year.
for the first year? So those 168 library schools that are still using it now pay a portion.
Their annual, it's like Montana Library Go, their annual fees go towards the shared content.
And presumably those 168 schools want to continue.
Yeah, some have had to discontinue.
And the more schools that join, the higher the cost will go.
No, it's a flat.
Okay.
To answer Aaron's question, I don't really think so. We've seen both those programs, this keeps growing. So I don't.
Okay, yeah, that, I was gonna say, because that would be a great use of those funds if it's taking some pressure off of Montana Library to Go, because I mean, that will continue to be our cash hog forever because people want to use it. But if it's not, then, you know, I also envision the perfect world where OPI supports schools in this way. And I know that's not the case at the moment, but I do feel like it puts us in a tough position. Like, I really do want to support the K-12, but I also worry that we do it, it becomes our job, you know, that's now our thing, and the OPI doesn't deal with libraries in their schools. So that's just my biggest worry about.
Is Sean Anderson on? Sure. I want to throw out one idea about thinking about the courier. You know, maybe we spend 6 months or even the better part of a year doing a study and determining how many of these regional couriers exist, what kinds of regional models could be created, and wondering if there's actually someone out there that can conduct that study for us and bring recommendations back to the resource sharing committee and the NAC, because I feel like we could do a better job of answering Jody and Jonna's questions about, you know, really with some investment, who could be served, and, you know, what is, knowing our baseline now, what could we expect from a certain amount of investment, rather than, you know, paying our existing courier or something like that with this money, using some of that to just have better information to invest next year, because we're going to have this amount of money next year too. And I also feel like that study would help to support a legislative ask in future years, assuming that we do some kind of similar legislative ask.
So it seems to me like we certainly have the funds to do the Federation ask 24,000. The e-resources ask of 42,000 for universal class and digital magazines, and the SORA for 25,000. We still have some funding left over, correct?
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump on right now.
Yes.
I mean, this is a good problem to have, but let's use that money. Is this money that goes away? Is this money that can be carried over? What's the?
It cannot be carried over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could any of it be used for like the digital equity planning for libraries? Like, if, I mean, is that possibility at all to have a consultant that libraries could then access via Zoom meetings to help them plan and think through that stuff, or is that something that's kind of out of this wheelhouse?
Can you say that again?
Oh, the digital equity planning
Oh, the digital
part of
equity.
that,
I-
yeah.
Equity is the word I missed. I misheard.
Yeah, I didn't know if there's somebody that could really make that an effort and help libraries kind of handhold them through that, and just libraries, sort of like we used Kate McMahon for an ARPA grant, sort of, and she like met, I think it was like either over Zoom or the phone, but we talked for like, an hour. She typed up really detailed notes and basically gave us a plan based on the input. And I'm just wondering if there's somebody that could provide the equivalent for this digital equity planning on a library to library level.
I think we could probably extend our contract with Kate.
Oh.
She's already contracted to create the templates. What I
Right.
hear you saying is then actually having some one-on-one time to.
Yeah, because what she did
Provide
with
that
us for our ARPA grant was great. And if she could do the same thing with the digital equity plan and just have, Rebecca or somebody provide her with the details for the library that you guys already have in the state database in terms of like Wi-Fi speeds, computers, FTEs, all those sort of nuts and bolts, population served, and other data relevant to that in the communities, then it seemed like she'd have a lot of that at her fingertips and then could just have, hour, 2 hour, whatever needed Zoom meetings with the library directors and kind of crank those plans out.
Yeah, I think that's a really good example of what kind of a one-time
Mhm.
use that if we have some funding this year that might not get spent. Do you remember how much we paid for that service with Kate, the ARPA planning grant?
No, I would have to look because it was all kind of mixed together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And another thing that's not well funded in the current budget is more digitization agreements. We funded quite a bit with the Foundation for Montana History, leveraging their grant program. I think we could do something similar with some funds.
10,000 is a really small amount that's been included in the budget, but it's nowhere near. Last year we had 88,000 and we used it without an issue, right? It was all gone. I have a project that hasn't been mentioned. So like Great Falls Public Library spends a lot of money buying the microfilm of the Tribune. So does a lot of other places, we're keeping the history of our news. And there is zero solution for keeping archives of born digital news. So really, the Great Falls Tribune almost doesn't exist anymore. What we have now is the Electric. And if she goes out of business and shuts down her website, it's gone.
It's gone.
And with the Montana Daily and with the Billings papers, like the Lee papers going to not printing 3 days a week. I don't think libraries should do this on their own, but if we could throw some money at a pilot that is like, let's contract with the Montana Newspaper Association, partner with the Montana Newspaper Association, the Montana Historical Society, and come up with some sort of way where we store that stuff, because the major coverage of a ton of Montana issues is going to be gone in 20 years if we don't figure out how to save it. It's terrible to bring a project to the table when we're discussing the end of budget, and so I'm sorry, but
Yeah, my only hesitation, Susie, is that is something that's in the Historical Society's wheelhouse.
it is. Newspapers are completely under their control as far as their online venue.
Yeah.
The only other thing would be the Wayback Machine catching, controlling those because they are internet based. But don't most libraries keep archives of their newspapers?
Not
anymore. The Historical Society maintains a clean copy. Microfilm used to be available in most libraries, but what I'm finding more and more is that people are not doing that because they aren't getting requests for it. And so the expense of updating their microfilm readers has not been something they've invested the funds in.
Okay. Yeah, what I was gonna say is, you suggested a pilot or something like that, if the Historical Society wasn't in the middle of.
You're right.
That,
timing for them.
the
It's
timing
not
for,
good.
the timing for them is not good, but
Okay.
putting that on a back burner for
Let's put
a
a
few
pin in that.
years.
That's
Let's
what
put
the
a
young
pin in
people
that.
say.
Yeah. Yeah.
about, you know, we still have yet to discuss the erosion of trust issue, and so we can't do advocacy work, but we can do marketing, right? Is there, no,
Programs.
program specific marketing?
Yeah.
The program specific marketing benefit the trust people have in public libraries? Is there a value to?
That to me would be marketing libraries in general.
Okay,
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, I think you're with us now. I wanted you to be part of this conversation. One of the ideas I floated about the courier was investing in a contract with someone who could do a logistics study of what a potential courier model could look like and associated costs and that kind of thing.
Yeah, is that,
I'm curious your thoughts about the need and opportunity for something like that. We had a conversation before you were able to get on about creating more of a regional model with potential regional couriers serving different regions rather than necessarily relying on a single courier.
yeah, I mean, from my standpoint, there's nothing that would stop us contractually from pursuing something like that. I think a consultant to sort of sketch that out is a good, if not completely necessary, first step. Knowing what I know about the courier system, though, I wonder if our options for improving it are going to be necessarily limited. Like, I don't even know what the landscape is for contractors that could conceivably offer improved services or be able to contribute to that regional model. I mean, I would, like everyone else, look to Kara for more details on that. I think she's the most knowledgeable, but I think that would be very much worth pursuing. I think there's a lot of room for improvement there. And sort of knowing what the landscape is a good move, and almost certainly something that we could accommodate at the state. Does that answer the question, or at least contribute to the conversation?
Yeah, I think so. I would just hesitate just a little bit about, investing, say we're going to invest $100,000 right now today in the courier, knowing we have big questions about improved service delivery models and what areas of the state could potentially be see improved or even new service. Feel like we don't have answers to those questions now to inform the kinds of a potential investment that we might recommend.
Yeah. Kara and I had an interesting email exchange, and I don't know if you got into the meat of what that conversation was. But I think there's mechanisms in that contract with Montana Air that would allow us to enforce that contract a little bit more, to try to see improvements in their performance and their behavior in fulfilling their duties. But yeah, I think the biggest wall that I see is just, I don't know what other options are out there, if there are dramatically better options available to us, if we had better funding for it. And that's where this idea of consulting with somebody to do that legwork for us is appealing.
Yeah, Mark told us that his career is fantastic and really inexpensive. That's what got me thinking.
Well, I know the courier from Imagine If to Libby is pretty solid too, but
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a lot of it's, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how helpful I can be. A lot of it is just sorting out the logistics of it. And I know that that's a big lift for Kara, has always been a big lift for Kara, has always been a big lift for that partner sharing group to identify and document and address any of those deficiencies that we're having.
Kara, what would you have done with $300,000? Like, what would be the next step?
Yeah, that would be like a fundamentally different job. We would need a staff person
Right?
to
Mhm.
do that instead of a staff person who has 5 other projects.
Yeah.
So I don't, yeah. We probably need more than $9,000, but it would be prudent to do a study before we invest train them. 6 digits.
How much does the study cost?
Throw 25,000, Yeah. 20, 25. Maybe 50 top end.
Yeah. And ideally then, yeah, they would also consider staff.
Yeah.
And so with
Yeah.
a regional model, having a dedicated person, like, so then have much more realistic figures on what it would cost.
And then I looked up the cost, the contract with the Montana Cooperative Development Center was 50,000. Now that did include potential GIS list libraries, but it included webinars, it included maintaining a web page for people to do resources, it included Kate going to Federation meetings and then Kate assisting libraries one-on-one. So it's
50,000.
So that probably, we might not need that much for digital equity planning, but if she were to reach out to all the libraries, although I don't know if she could do 82 public libraries a year, that's a lot.
The one reason I like that idea is we have, one of our primary goals in the LSTA plan is to make sure all Montanans have sufficient access to and can use technology, and all of our goals in that section are currently unfunded.
Yes.
Well, and ideally with the digital equity plans, I mean, you can use all of that information to leverage, you know, other funding. So I think that that's a worthwhile investment.
Yes. The other thing that's kind of a little bit undone in our LSTA plan, and I have not had the chance to talk to Kara, so no pressure on you to respond. It's the cooperative collection development. Oh. I didn't think you were, but I know it's helpful to have thinking time no matter who you are, I think. But that is another thing that is not currently funded or being pursued. And I'm starting to hear it more and more from libraries.
In the perfect world, which would come first, cooperative collection development or statewide courier system? Like, they do impact each other.
Yeah.
They do change how an individual library would spend their money and what they spend it on.
Yeah, for sure.
Which would come first.
I feel like we're so far down the road with the courier that it makes sense to get a stable courier, so then you can invest in the collection that you're actually then moving.
Yes.
I'm curious on how all this relates to the geographic divide. That we wanna-
For sure. So I just have some numbers to throw out.
Yeah.
42 for e-content, let's say 42 to 50 for e-content, so that would be magazines, universal class. When that's 6 months, we'd have some funding to invest in Sora, so getting Sora up to 25,000. The Federation funding at 24,000. Funding a potential contract with Kate for about 30,000. Having more digitization, 30,000, and a career study at 25,000 would get us right around 150 to 155,000.
That's brilliant.
Sounds fair.
Nikki says, I like the digital literacy idea, related library websites.
Yes, that came up at Tamarack when we were talking about tech support. And I can't remember who it was. We were like, what do you need? And someone said library website development. And it was like a collective yes.
Well, because I've just crashed my website like 10 times trying to update it. Yay me.
If someone could just build it for me, I think I could maintain it, but I've been trying to build it and it's so time consuming.
That's something like WordPress, like a real plug and play content management system.
Yeah, I'm using WordPress. It's
Yeah, well, possibly with somebody to set it up. Well, because once it is set up, the updates are easier.
So just to throw out there for our levy, every library provided us with like a bones website with all, like, we just bought the URL and then they had the structure with all the pieces in it. And we were just like, put a photo here, put this here, put this here, put this here. So, I mean, like she said, if there was that template where we could just throw that to everybody and it had a calendar and the news and the blah, 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 and then you just updated it. Every library is doing that for people for levies, so they might be able to provide some guidance on how to do that just for library websites.
I know there's been services over the years that libraries can contract with for websites too. It's been a long time since I've looked at anything like that.
Is there an option in the budgeting, because this technology feedback, I think is going to be significant, to have a placeholder here for like this chunk of money we want to put towards technology, but we just don't have the data yet to know what the project will be?
I mean, that's a great question.
And I'm not saying what I would take money from the list Jenny gave, because it added up so nicely. But like, I do feel like we are hearing technology, technology, technology. And I feel like one of my jobs here on the NAC is to make sure I'm saying back to the libraries,
yeah,
we see that and look what we're trying to do.
I think the way, so this was Suzanne and I's plan, but I'm not opposed to doing something like that, is we would finish we knew we weren't gonna finish the Federation meetings in time for this budget process. So we're gonna do that, bring that information to you to plug it in for next fiscal year, but you're right.
When you budget on a biennium,
It's a huge need.
like it's hard to change something mid biennium, right?
Well, even though our legislative thing is a biennium, this is just 1 year. This is a budget.
Yeah.
But you sort of committed to these things. A lot of these things we're committed to are annual ongoing expenses, right?
Yeah.
Federation, we're saying this would be an annual.
Yeah.
The e-resources
Yeah.
is either annual or we're stopping it.
Yeah. But the Kate thing would not be annual.
The K thing will not be annual, good point. And that is related to technology.
Yeah.
Digital equity plan.
So this year it's helping all the libraries identify all their technology needs, and then next year, you know, leveraging that.
have that.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense to me.
I feel like there's like consensus on most everything except maybe Sora. I don't know that like people have been like, that is so important to me. It's more a sense of like, well, if we can help the schools out, we'd like to help the schools out. I don't know, does anybody else feel that? Just me?
I support it, but I think it has a good argument too about Office of Public Construction and you know, do libraries, public library or school libraries fall under kind of that
mission creep.
Yeah.
How many schools are there? You say 168 schools are using it? Are there 400 plus, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if Calais is still on. Calais.
Oh, Calais says helping schools is very complicated and has been since there have been public schools and libraries in Montana.
I really am just speaking as a staff member in my observation of the legislative session and my history. I think it's far more powerful for MLA through government affairs to go to the legislature and ask for a significant amount of funding for resources for school libraries and academic libraries. Like that's going to be more effective for students in Montana.
I think so too. This is a fine Band-Aid, but it's not a solution.
So alternatively, is there something that the state library could do with the funding that would have a greater impact?
And what are we talking about right now?
Well, 25,000.
The ask was 25,000. It's a potential that part of the 25,000 is actually coming from the half year we don't need of the magazines.
Do you want to add anything at all to the operating costs for the Courier? Or are we okay with 9,000?
I mean, I don't think we're okay with 9,000, right?
Do you need more?
Yeah.
Yes, she clearly needs more.
It affects a lot of users, like the vast majority of the state, well, not the vast, but the majority of the state.
That money, if that money is increased, Kara, do you see that as money used for additional libraries to join or more financial support to provide to the libraries already in the Courier?
Probably both. We'd like to increase the frequency and reliability of stops for existing participants. And then there's always these crates that mysteriously disappear, and we like to help replenish basic supplies.
So should that number be 20,000?
Isn't that what we did last year? We had bumped it up last year.
Last year it was 15,000, at least on the budget. Oh, Aaron says a quick Google search says there are 684 schools in Montana and 302 school districts. I guess I'm not wanting to punish the schools or take away from libraries taking advantage of it, but there was a clear end date to that original offer. And it's maybe my inclination that we can do something that means more with that money.
One thing that came up more than once during the conversations with the commission was like legal kind of questions, and I don't know that we have any money to.
That I think has to volley to MLA.
Yeah.
That was my understanding.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's change that.
Couldn't a particularly curious legislator look at it and say, why does the state library help schools at all, right? Because it's not in by statute. It doesn't say anything, it says public library, right?
It says public and tax supported, tax supported and public libraries, yeah.
I wasn't suggesting to stop. I was just saying.
Yeah.
Right, if there was an argument.
Yeah.
I feel from Kara a sense of this is not enough money for the Courier and an urgency when she sweetly includes the Courier on all of these asks. And I would like to see more funding go there. I totally get your point. It currently doesn't help my patrons. But I think it helps a large majority, well, I don't know if majority is the right word, it helps a large portion of Montanans. And it has the potential to grow. If we don't invest more in it, it's not going to grow.
The goal of the study would be hopefully.
Yes.
Right, to find out that it
Yeah.
served that point.
Yeah,
But if you did 25 for this study, then how much would you put towards operation? Because at 8,000, that's half of what she had last year for operation.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe just be the 25 to the Sora goes to the.
Goes to
career. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what it is.
So bringing it to 33, is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
But let's remember that a chunk, 21,000 of that, or some chunk of that, next year has to be e-resources.
Yeah.
So as a one-time,
Yeah.
but the study
then-
only has to happen
Exactly,
once.
exactly, Jody.
Okay, Jenny, have you kept up with the numbers? Can you give us another?
So if we said, 27,000 for e-content, meaning magazines and universal class. 24,000 for federations. 30,000 for equity planning. 30,000 for digitization. 25,000 for a study of the courier. And then 25 to 30,000 to, on top of the 8,000 for the courier. That would bring us to right around 150, 160,000. I lost track of 59.
And how does the budget work if a courier study only costs 20,000 or
Then
it costs 35,000?
we have that flexibility within
Right.
those projects. If
And can
something,
give extra to digitization or to courier.
exactly, if we ended up with a big chunk of money, next spring, we'd come back to the NAC and ask for recommendations for any one-time investment opportunity.
So we do have this as an action item, yes. Well, let's see, sometime over beverages, I'd be happy to offer my lecture and reenactment of the history of school and public libraries in Montana. I think we should all take her out. So, yeah,
I think that's an August retreat.
Set aside.
Evening
500
activity.
for the
Night
bill
before,
for-
there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll get my costumes and visual aids in order.
there you go.
puppets, welcome. Okay. Does anybody feel in them a motion to make about fiscal year 2024 budget? Bitch, don't you feel
Well,
it?
do I have to recite all these numbers? Or can I say I move to,
As Jenny described.
make a motion to pass the budget as described previously by the state librarian?
Mitch has eloquently made a motion. So we would be adopting everything we saw on the page presented, plus the list that Jenny detailed with the items and the amounts. Do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Melissa, thank you. Any discussion, comments, questions in the room or online? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
I
Good job, guys.
Any opposition? Good, that's what we like. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. All the documents were much appreciated. Okay, now we've jumped around the agenda quite a bit. Now we are on to erosion of trust in libraries, Jenny.
I want this to just kind of be a little bit of a discussion, and I'm noting the time. Maybe we can make sure that we still are done by 3, because I think this is a conversation that could go on for a while. But I think it's important for
Thank you.
the NAC to continue to advise the state library on what you're hearing in your communities, what you're hearing in your libraries, and ways in which you feel like the state library and the state library commission can help with these issues of perception and the erosion of trust. And I wanted to also let you know, we are talking about, can I just get an idea of how many of you were able to attend? Every time I look at Mitch,
Well,
he
I
is
gotta
fearless. How many of you were able to attend the conversations with the commission session at MLA? So we're planning to do a debrief with the commission at their upcoming commission meeting for those commissioners who weren't there. Staff are working on kind of a summary document of what staff heard. And then some questions for the commission about their role and steps that they could take. What I hope to have from today's discussion is just some additional reflections that the NAC can share through our NAC report back to the commission as well, to kind of reinforce what was said at the conversations with the commission. And then, help provide some guidance and advice back to the state library on how the state library and the commission can be most helpful in these matters.
So I think that conversation was a lot nicer. I don't think it truly reflects the tensions and anxiety and frustrations that we're all feeling. I think that people in front of the commission, they were very polite.
There's lots of dance.
Yes.
It was unfortunate that only 4 commissioners were there.
And I couldn't be there, so
Timing was,
yeah, it's a little rough. What I heard was sort of at the very end, when a few librarians were able to kind of get real. And that there was a wish that it could have lasted longer because people were kind of getting to the heart of the matter in the end.
Yeah, I think it takes a minute for everyone to feel comfortable enough to really say what they want to say.
Did you feel like there's a little bit of a disconnect between those of us in the libraries and the commission understanding?
Yes.
Seems like commission has, I'm not saying this for everyone on the commission, I guess maybe just the commissioners who were there. I kind of thought, not quite sure. I get it. That was just kind of my.
Yeah, I felt the disconnect.
I just felt like.
Can you say more about that? Like, what was said or what behaviors
Well,
reflect?
I was sitting next to a commissioner. Who's very
Didn't have COVID.
Didn't have COVID.
Oh, I forgot. Good.
that's right. Whatever.
Wasn't that the best?
Yes.
So anyway, who last year announced that one of the other commissioners had.
No, but this commissioner was very open and very honest, and very forthcoming about where she stood in terms of her private life and in terms of her. Am I saying this nicely?
Yeah.
Of where she stands personally, and then okay, that's fine. And then there was a librarian towards the end who was very honest about her personal life and where she's coming from. And I just thought, oh my gosh, two complete. I just feel like there's this disconnect. You've got this librarian here who had to move to another library. Obviously, she seems like a great librarian to me. I would kill to have a children's librarian like that. But her life is much different than this commissioner's life. And I'm wondering if anything that librarian said sunk in anywhere into this commissioner. I just got that feeling that it just died a death in the middle of the room, and that what she was dealing with had no impact. I keep pointing because this is where the commissioner sat. I keep pointing this way. The commissioner sat on the right side of my.
No, you were there.
So I just felt, wow, this is just a disconnect.
So some reflection on, and I think kind of how we're structuring the summary document will elicit some feedback about how much did sink in and how much they have been reflecting on what was said.
Yeah, and I think some of the disconnect is, some of the commissioners, expressed, coming from a very personal feeling place, But that is not how we all necessarily operate. We obviously all have our own personal feelings about things, but they don't bleed into or we do our best to have them not bleed into our profession. And so it just doesn't feel like some commissioners recognize that there is that and there's that professional aspect to it, so.
And
Yes.
not only that, but you can't cater library services to each individual's personal perspectives and point of view.
And I think there was. I kept going back to, one of the comments from commissioners being like, well, we need to help parents. Well, I have some parents that didn't care. So I think there's also like a point of privilege there in what they, expect and value, and then what is really the reality for many families in the state of Montana.
Let me rephrase that, make sure I'm understanding. Do you feel like some of what was said was putting inappropriate expectations on parents with the commissioners were making?
Well, potentially that their set of values and expectations for their life, which is fine, have those. But I think it's unrealistic to then force that on all families in Montana.
And I felt, Alyssa, my take on it was, it didn't work out. I needed to get to something else, and there were other people talking, but I felt compelled to go up to the commissioner and say, I just want you to know that I'm a mom and that's the most important job I do. I just am also this library director, because we were being talked at as if these are the things that are important to me. I'm a Christian and I'm a mom, as if nobody else in the room has religious beliefs or is a parent. And it's like, we're not alien species to each other. There's actually, like, in the Venn diagram of this, we are all the same. We're all humans living our lives, and many of us share similar values. Like, we don't agree on everything, but you don't need to talk to me like I don't understand what it's like to love a child, right? And that was the piece to me of like defining the personal, which our personal lives do impact our professional lives. Of course they do, and they inform the way we think about things, but there's also, our professional roles and separating from that. And that was it was very interesting.
Yeah, and then my step further is, I guess, saying point of privilege, or like some sort of reality check that like, that's not how all Montanans live. I mean, I just had a drug bust 2 houses down, it would be very nice if all parents were super involved in their kids' lives, but the reality is I have a ton of latchkey kids that we serve, and we take care of them. And sometimes I wonder if we're the only place they're fed or even acknowledged. And so like, I can't make those parents be better.
And it's almost like there's a certain, safety for the kids. Well, what do you mean by that? Because safety is, to me, if a child, and we get kids that come over from school too, to me, safety is, okay, they've got a roof over their head, they're out of the elements, they've got a place to go, at least for a certain amount of time. To me, that's safety. Not necessarily what might be lurking on my shelf or might be available somewhere on my shelf. It's a small library, you can go anywhere in my library, and they do, I go all over. So kind of a disconnect about what safety even means in your own.
Susie.
Well, we've been getting a ton of attacks in Great Falls, and I feel like there's this disconnect, and I forget who this senator was that spoke at the HB 234 that talked about the difference between having a voice, and then it's a democracy, and sometimes you lose. And like when we tell children you're not listening, and what we really mean is you're not obeying. I feel like people are using the word "I'm not listened to" conflated with "I am not being obeyed." Like they okay, you got to say your piece, these other people got to say your piece, and a decision was made. And because the decision was not made in your favor, you are saying you were not heard. And that's not the truth. We heard you. We heard your opinion, we heard your opinion, we heard your opinion, we heard your opinion, and we made this decision. And it's just astounding to me that they are discounting the voices of other people because they feel like they are entitled to have their way be the way.
It's their own personal agenda is what it seems like it's happening instead of the collective whole and what's good for everybody.
Well, it's not upholding the tenets of librarianship where we attempt to provide materials from all walks of life, whether we personally agree with it or not. Has to meet criteria, can't be something that's false or outdated. But I get really frustrated with the I'm a Christian and that's the way everyone should be, because not everybody is a Christian. And that's not your job as someone representing a public institution like the state library. Your job is to represent all Montanans and to think about what's best for everybody. And it makes me wonder just what do the commissioners even know about libraries? It feels like it's another place to get into government. Let's all just mob this one department. And it's frustrating because we're, the agenda thing is erosion and trust in libraries. But I feel like the scary part of that is with a commission who doesn't listen to the people that they're supposed to be serving, it's eroding our trust in that commission to do what's best for all of us. And it's, there is the public erosion of trust in libraries, but then there's the library erosion of trust in the state library. And that's really concerning to me because I think this state library is great. I was a commissioner for 6 years and I feel like the amount of trust that the libraries in Montana had in the commission to make good decisions, huge trust. And right now I feel like that trust is almost gone. So my emotional thoughts about this.
I think that really is true. I don't know, Erin, if you could see all the heads nodding vigorously in the room. The way you said that was perfect.
Do you think there was some reticence, to be completely honest, at the commission because
it was gonna blow back up at us? Yeah,
like,
or on you
Or
guys.
do you just want to be
well,
aggressive?
and then it's gonna come back to Jenny,
Yes,
Tracy,
yeah,
all of you that.
that you
do
guys are gonna be
such
the ones to
a
deal with it.
phenomenal job at being our support. I can't even think about it.
And then throw you under the bus.
I mean, because I could have just, I wanted to just tell it. But I couldn't.
Yeah.
Because it's not appropriate. Well, it could have been. But it would reflect poorly on me, but I feared that retribution, I guess, a little bit, just because there's so much going on.
Yeah,
that you feel that it's.
That they're gonna
other
get
areas.
pissed off and then it's gonna bring the hammer down on you guys. And I think the last thing any librarian in this state wants to do is make it harder for you guys.
There's maybe a little bit of gaslighting that goes on because
Yes.
There's part of you that wants to raise your hand and say, what the commission could do for me is it feels like when we're coming to you with ideas and when the NAC is coming to you with something, you could support it and not push it back to us. But then you're being told, we have the most amazing staff. I just love these libraries in the state. We multiple times heard like over the top compliments. And it's like, well, it doesn't feel like that. That doesn't feel like the way you've treated us. But now I really feel like I can't say that because you've done this performative act of complimenting everybody. And that's really hard. It's really hard. On the other side, I just want to make a comment that I actually feel like that this feels like setting myself up for disaster. I feel like I have the trust of my community.
That's wonderful.
I feel like I lost it. And there's still some cuckoo people out there who never liked the library and who don't like the library and who read things and they're offended by it. And I'm not saying everybody did, but we've got a lot of libraries going out for mill levies, right? The proof is going to be in the results. And I have a feeling that for the average Montanan, if we're representing Montanans, I don't think it's eroded. At the legislative session, maybe it has. And unfortunately, those guys have power. But I don't think they represent Montanans and the way Montanans feel, the way Montanans live. And so I just want to bring that to the table that like in my day-to-day life, I don't feel like I've lost the public trust.
Right, is there more recent polling that shows that, because you know, the old ones, the nurses and then librarians and all that? Is there recent polling that says, hey, no, it hasn't, been, then they just say it, like they say, we're all having drag queen story times, that's not really the case.
Yeah, there isn't, but we're working on it.
Because I would bet that's correct, it's not really
Yeah.
been eroded.
Yeah, because I would say I haven't lost the trust in my community. It is more in my elected officials and like a certain group that is very on a side and vocal. And somehow they have influenced certain elected officials, but I don't feel it with my general community.
They've gotten louder.
There's the half truths that
It's
people are loud
crazy.
saying are so hard to combat. I mean, with our mill levy, we're getting coached about our messaging. You know, don't let them set the narrative and you acknowledge and pivot. But I just want to be like, no, you know what? That was a fucking picture of a banned book display. We don't own, you know, how to make your own sex toy. That was complete crap. And you shouldn't be putting that on social media and making me answer questions about it. Because it, but I don't know the right way to get the voice to the people. Because when they're saying things that are half true, it's really hard to fight, especially when they're fighting billboards and handing out buttons and, you know, speaking. And then, but we also have, to speak to your point, the day the billboards went up in Great Falls, we had a run on library mill levy signs. So like, the proof will be in the pudding if we can hold an actual.
But you have your own issues in your county.
Yes, but it is interesting that I wish we had more polling data
Yeah.
about what people actually think and how much of it is just these vocal cuckoos.
Right, and I feel like they're being able to sell this notion.
That's the
That,
fear.
and
They're selling
like,
it.
right,
But to your point, I mean, they tried to sell it for 12 months in the legislative session, and yes, the vote counts are lower than they were 6 years ago. But the support was there
Was
and enough.
there.
Well, and the
Yeah.
fact is, it even got brought up in the first place, so that is scary.
That's scary, but.
Well, I also think like the broader context of this is an erosion of trust in government, an erosion of
Yes,
support for
yes.
publicly funded programs.
Mhm.
And libraries are just sort of
Lumped
a
in.
subset of that.
Yes.
So I think, I mean, that's a bigger problem for us to try to solve, but I think that since there is a lot of support for libraries on our local level, and it's sort of a small but very vocal and disingenuous minority that's trying to, spin this, I think that makes it really challenging, but I think sort of recognizing that in a certain way, like it's not even so personal about libraries as it is an agenda that's, driven by lack of trust in programs for the public good
It
and
is-
the way they're funded.
It
you
is
know, through
really
taxes.
anti-government.
Yeah,
Libraries are radical institutions, like the fact, like the whole idea of like, yep. You get to think what you want, you have access to all the info, we're open to everybody, I mean, that is such a radical. Communist almost thing that's dangerous to people who feel like their lives are, like their control of stuff. I understand the fear that is pushing the anger. And part of me feels like we should just embrace our.
I think it's very, yeah. I mean, I think there's a certain, like, the libraries are very liberating and empowering institutions, and I think that it's. Yeah, I don't know, I don't fully understand how people can like libraries, but.
But isn't it always funny,
they
like
don't.
it's been true forever. Some of your most ardent library supporters never use the library.
Yeah.
And some of the people that would never vote yes to your mill levy because they hate taxes, use your library every day.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so we've always played that dichotomy, you know, and it's fascinating. And I don't know, I'm so anti-conflict, so I'm just waiting for us to sail through this and come out on the other side. And I don't know, maybe some of this is permanent, terrible societal change. And we're just in an anti-intellectualism phase of history, and it's gonna take us longer to get out of it. But I still think even within this world, we still prove our worth over and over again to the majority of our community.
And that tells me we need to be vocal with our gratitude to them.
Yeah. Erin had said, I'm very sorry that I wasn't able to attend the session. Oh, the conversations with the commissioner. They can sell it because they personally feel that way, even without proof that other people feel the same.
You know, one thing that I learned with our mill levy, one thing that I learned with our mill levy is that our local community and even our local ranchers supported the library. Those that did not and voted no were the larger landowners that live out of state.
Oh,
Interesting.
Yeah.
I want to say something and have you react to it. Because, you know, I think what we have hoped for the commission debrief, and that is intended to be kind of a first conversation, you know. We need to ask the commission their comfort level in taking a next step. And I don't know, I don't want to speak for them and what that next step might be, but is it true that you feel like you need to be heard first? I think that's what I'm hearing, is that you still don't know if you've been heard by the commission. I feel like being heard is important for them to be able to understand what their role to help might be. Am I saying that clearly? I don't know that I am. Like, how can they help effectively if they're not hearing you effectively?
Well, I don't know if hearing is the right word, but if they understand and agree with library values.
I fear that I can't have this conversation without being emotional. And potentially mean. Like, I'm upset with with the way things are playing out right now. And I think that is my hesitancy, because how honest can we actually be, you know, without it suddenly being like, oh, this person is like crazy. So I guess that's where my hesitancy about being honest to their faces, you know, this is a recorded meeting. They will, if someone wanted to watch this, they could hear what I think, but I don't think I'm ready to have that conversation with the commission.
I think there's a desire to be heard, but only if they're willing to actively listen. You know, I mean, then I'm just wasting my time.
Tracy always says, listen with an open mind and a mind that's willing to be changed. Yeah. I think that's probably what you're asking for.
Not the performative rah.
I think, you know, what I like to know from my ideal world, my board, my city council, mayor, the commission, is this feeling that they have our back. And that, I think, is the piece that was missing. It felt more like they throw us under the bus. And so I don't need, you know, I don't know. Again, I don't like conflict, and I like everybody to get along. and move forward. But just this sense of we recognize that our job on the commission is to have the back of the state library and the libraries in Montana with the ultimate shared goal of serving Montanans.
Totally. And I think to get to like an outcome of what would make us feel like we've been heard, that the commission does have our backs. Sounds simple and kind of silly, but like, I would love to see the commission as a group write and sign letters to the editor for Montana newspapers that say, we support and trust the librarians in our local community to do right by you, and you should too.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
I floated that idea.
Now you've had two good ideas.
Sounds like you had a good
Yeah.
idea too.
Well, yeah.
What
you
did
know,
they?
Would
what
the
was their
commission,
thought?
they didn't say yes, they didn't say no,
Okay.
but, an open letter from the State Library Commission about.
Yeah, that I think does recognize that like there's a lot of half truths and misinformation about libraries in general and specifically in Montana, and that, yeah, that they're the people ultimately sort of responsible for the state library, which helps support local libraries, and that they trust it from them all the way down.
I mean, the erosion we saw at Imagine It, right, was that the board had
Yeah.
no respect for the professional
Yeah, no respect and no
knowledge,
trust.
skills
And yeah,
and opinions of the staff of that library. It can't work. It doesn't work. We're supposed to be being mindful of time. It's 2:46.
Does staff have anything else they want to add? Or discuss on this topic with staff members?
The only other thing I thought of was in some of these things that were said in that legislative session. Is the numbers don't prove what was said. Children don't use libraries and some of those things that we have the numbers to show that's false. The fact that there hasn't been a drag queen show in a library in the state is something that I think we need to be able to vocalize in a way, and for, again, as you said, commission members need to be able to support us and say, this hasn't happened.
Make sure you say that the Great Falls Public Library did do an online video. It's because you will be called a liar and dishonest if you do not say that. Even if you say there were no drag queens at the Great Falls Public Library.
Gotcha.
And be labeled a liar.
I just feel like the facts don't support a lot of the statements that were said, and I'd like for us to be able to refute those statements with facts, because I think that stands and says a lot about what we are and are capable of. It frustrates me that the perception is so far from the truth.
I think that's a great point of just, trying to dispute their narrative on the facts and not so much the emotion, and just looking at, all the libraries in Montana. I know these aren't included as part of public library statistics, but I think if you went and asked, how many libraries have had people in their community, vociferously opposing their programs or their challenges, I think the number would be pretty small. I mean, there's some here and there, but I think in terms of widespread community opposition to what libraries are doing, I think it's almost non-existent in terms of what libraries are actually providing, not what people perceive them as providing, or not what people, not coming from a strictly, well, I don't like a library because I don't think they should exist because I don't believe in taxes and, taxes are theft and I'm a sovereign citizen or whatever. Like that's not what we're trying to dispute here. It's not what we're trying to dispute. It is just that, libraries are respected in their communities and they are trusted by their communities, but somehow there's a disconnect between the local libraries and what's happening on the state level. And that just, I sort of want an explanation about why that is, and it's hard to find.
Is the commission, is the commission supporting us at the legislative level? And that's kind of the question, just because you have one commissioner who's really upset and out for like her personal agenda, and then going to a library meeting, a board meeting, and, trashing that entire library and trying to get books removed. So that's, I think, where the support comes in is, are they supporting us at a higher level? And can they do that? That's their job. So can they do that?
Aaron says opposition gets so much attention because it is so rare.
This is Sean. The only thing that I would add, and sort of building off that question of whether we're being supported at the legislative level or these other places where it really truly deeply matters, is that what I think what we should be striving for is like the bare minimum of the relationship between the commission and the library, is that it not be adversarial. I think what Mark's suggestion that we have an open letter or a statement that you know the commission has agreed to support, or that they stand by the decisions of the libraries that they're here to serve, is a good public facing thing. But in terms of correcting course with the lack of trust between the library and the commission, there's a lot to get into, but it really should avoid becoming adversarial. I don't think either party should go into those conversations assuming that we are at opposing ends of something, that we are still working toward the same end to support library services. And I think that's going to be pretty difficult to disagree with on either side.
It is pretty dark, this trend of people joining boards to take something down from the inside. Not that anyone on the commission has had that agenda, but I mean, it certainly seems to be a trend in the country during political uncertainty that that's what happens. And yeah, I would like to think that if you join a board or commission, it's because you really believe in the work that that organization does. You want to support it. My board chair is always good at saying, like, it's okay for us to disagree in the room as a board on an issue. But when we walk out the door, we're a unified front, and the decision that was made is the decision that we all present in interacting in the community or in front of the council, wherever it would be. And so, yeah, decorum, you know, everyone likes to talk about decorum. But they don't always abide by those subtler pieces of it.
And I think it's, sorry, I'll stop talking. Go ahead, Mark.
No, go ahead, Sean. No, please.
All right. I was just thinking that, you know, with that in mind, I think it's a fair and not aggressive and about as impersonal as it can get to call somebody out and to acknowledge that, to position oneself as a Christian or a parent as being in opposition to library services is upsetting, and it is disruptive, and it does make the work that we are doing and the work that the commission is doing difficult. Whether that behavior changes is sort of up to, is more of a personal decision, but I do think it's worth acknowledging that openly and seeing what comes of it.
Oh, I was just gonna say that Aaron had put in the chat that opposition gets so much attention because it is so rare. And I think that's a really astute way of looking at, you know, some of the complaints that libraries get, because it is so easy to focus on the negative, and it's not, you know, related exactly, but I mean, libraries are pretty awesome and miraculous places. And I, like, when my staff get like kind of down in dumps, like, oh, a book was returned damaged, or, oh, this person lost 10 items and didn't bring them back. It's okay, but we don't keep stats on how many things get turned in on time or before they're due in perfect condition, because that report would be useless, because it's going to be the vast majority. So I don't know. I think it's, yeah, you don't hear from the people as much that are grateful for libraries. I mean, we do occasionally, but like, it's, yeah.
Susie?
I've been trying to have that conversation with people a lot, and Tracy and I were talking about it, saying, thank you, I hear what you're saying, this is a moral issue for you. I understand that we're gonna disagree about driving gender or whatever. And then I say, I hear that you really care about children. I hear that you really care about our community, and so do we. And I think that we actually agree on more than we disagree on. And I would hope that we could, maybe try to work together on things that we agree on. We're partnering with No More Violence Week on drug endangered children, and we need some volunteers for that committee. And that has gone over, I have to say, like a lead balloon with most people. I had a couple people where it's worked, and I had one woman who say to me, I will die on this hill. And so I think we need to, I think we kind of spoke to this earlier, but there are people that we can't change. And as much as, we want to be listeners and be kind and be loving and be open. And I don't want to see us investing a whole bunch of time and effort into people we're not going to change. I think that conversations like this are really good, but we are not going to change that 10, 15% of people. And acknowledging them, listening to them, and then saying, thanks for your input, and moving on with our positive agenda. Let's not let them set the narrative, because the narrative we need to focus on is not, we don't do drag queens. It should be like, drag queens are not the issue. Library services for our community are the issue. Making sure that everyone has access to the, I've been being coached by some people. But like taking that acknowledge and pivot, bridging where we can, but let's not waste too much effort on getting our feelings hurt because 10% of the people don't like us. She says, even though she cried herself.
Even though all librarians.
Not all minds.
I think that's a really, really, really important point, Susie.
Colleen had said, that type of statement is consistent with the resolutions that past commissions have issued to state a position or aspiration. It would be worth a try. I assume that's related to the concept of a letter. And Aaron said, how much effort do we put forth trying to change people who don't want to? Thank you, Susie. I agree.
Yeah.
I want to thank everyone in this room. I think we were all very honest for a public meeting. We were speaking from our hearts and our heads today, from frustrations, and I appreciate everybody being willing to be open. Thank you.
Does this conversation help you at all, Jenny?
I think it does. Yeah, we need to process it. We need to be ready to have these conversations in a constructive way. And I think this kind of conversation helps this group get to a point where maybe we can be more constructive in the future. I don't know that we could have a constructive conversation right now. So we need to think about that, but you need to be honest with us for sure. I hope we can get to a point where you feel comfortable being honest with the State Library Commission. And let me just say how much the State Library staff loves you and appreciates all of you and your support of us too.
Well, we'd be lost without you guys.
So let's keep leaning into one another here and continue to think hopefully strategically about how we have this broader conversation.
I mean, it's clear we don't want to continue like this, right? This has been a rough year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Years.
I feel like the state library is a model. And we're so lucky to have this model where our voices are heard. Maybe it's just because we're a small state or a small population. But I'm not sure every state individual libraries have the type of voice that we have. So thank you, State Library and staff, because it's really appreciated. I know that you're going to hear me when I speak up.
I inadvertently skipped over 2 bullet points under the last agenda item. Those were update from Public Library Statistics Task Force and Data Coordinator.
30 seconds. So Public Library Statistics Task Force met in March. Thank you, Mark, for joining us. And the consensus was to move forward with a product that's going to be easy to use, also a preference towards perhaps fewer surveys if possible, but definitely liking a unified tool, if not fewer surveys. Training preferences towards looking at the bells and whistles rather than the like how to click here and there. So we're going with that, and Sean is helping with procurement for counting opinions.
And Tracy, Federation Task Force recommendation.
Oh, golly, so sorry. Oh, that's okay. I think that most of the NAC has heard the Federation Task Force recommendations. I put them in your packet. Do you have any questions for me? Because the next steps will be, I will go to the June commission meeting, just present them. Really, the commission's action items are whether or not I should go through an administrative rules process, and then the 4K, which will be included in the budget. The rest of it is all Federation rules. And I'll be working with the members.
I did have two small ideas to add that I think would, could be fleshed out in the existing recommendations. I don't think they need to be separate. And one's sort of already in process. I know you talked to Pam about. I think it would be extremely important for the Montana Library Association to have a presence at every Federation meeting and do a report from MLA the same way the state does. It doesn't have to be as long, but I think just sort of to, highlight the amazing work they've done in legislative sessions, what they do, the importance of membership in MLA. They have a captive audience there. It's people that care about libraries, the trustees, it's, directors. So I think moving forward, MLA and, the state library should try to work in tandem to have somebody from MLA at those meetings. The other thing is, I think maybe at HMRAC federations, make sure directors, if there's an opportunity there for them to make sure that their Aspen stuff is up to date for staff or trustees, just sort of like go through that as part of sort of like the general housekeeping, almost of like, you guys, the state library could even just print out a list of what's currently in Aspen, hand it to the directors and say, hey, does this look right? And then say, oh, no, this has not been right for years. And that is a way, and then, okay, well, yeah, if it's not right, then you need to log in. If you don't know how to log in, send me an email, help me, whatever. And then, I don't know if there's any good opportunity there to have orientation for new directors when they come in, not like anything huge. And I know you guys do that sort of individually when you hear about it and just visit the libraries, but I don't know if in terms of limited travel costs and that sort of thing, if there'd be any efficiencies of the state library staff meeting with those directors there, because you're going to have them there at least once. But for the federations that have in-person meetings, I know not all of them do. That was an assumption I made just because Tamarack does. Those are just some things that I think some of the finer points of the existing recommendations that might be helpful.
Lori had a comment that I missed. I enjoyed it. We can all work together, communicate, respect each other, and can agree to disagree and still work together. Lovely. And then the remaining item on the agenda would be August retreat update.
Yep, so we are in process of signing a contract with Jim Cairns from CMS, and I can't remember what that stands for, but it's a Helena company that the state libraries worked with before. They do quite a wide variety of things, and I just wanted to warn you, I'm meeting with him at the end of this month, but to prepare for that retreat, which the purpose is to evaluate how we did on the plan, evaluate the MLN structure and set goals for next year. There will be some pre-meeting interviews and surveys with NAC members. Then he is going to conduct some research, kind of analyzing our data dashboards and all of that. And then from that, he's going to create homework for all of us for that retreat. So there'll be some data for you to review and some questions for you to reflect on before you come into that meeting. And then obviously he'll be facilitating that meeting all day. It's an all-day meeting. So you'll need to plan on probably arriving the night before many of you. And we could probably do dinner just so we can get together.
Colay's gonna put a show on.
Dinner to show. Yep. Dinner at Colay's house. All right. Just kidding, Colay. Just kidding. And then the results of that meeting
he's gonna send me a report that then myself and these folks over here can use to draft a calendar week plan for you to review it and approve it in November. I just wanted you to be aware.
Let's space the date of that meeting.
Tuesday, August 8th in Helena.
Let's write that down.
And so you'd be planning
Seven.
to arrive on Monday in time for dinner.
If you're interested, I can.
Why do I have that on the ninth on my calendar? Because you. Oh,
That's
because.
the commission meeting is the next day on the 9th, if anybody's
Got it.
interested. in
Thank you.
staying.
for
Stick
helping.
around.
Yeah.
I don't calendar.
Bonus meeting.
Got it.
And Tracy, that's probably like a 9 to 5 or.
It's on Aspen. Does it say?
Yeah, I think it's a 9 to 5,
It's
like
like
last
a
year.
photo. Yeah.
The same building was last year's.
Yeah, 9 to 5. So Genevieve, for folks traveling a great distance, you could have 2 nights.
Please, yeah,
Yeah, let me know if that.
yeah, for sure.
And that's it.
Anybody in the room or online who has additional comment? Olay loves to cook for crowds. My goodness.
She does have a big backyard. She does. Smart, smoky. It'd be very comfy.
Fingers crossed.
Yes.
You might have to bring a lawn chair or something like that, but we could maybe make something work.
You do not need to do that, Coley, although you are a great hostess. Yes.
Erin has shared, thank you for another good meeting and a reason I love to work on the NAC. Yeah,
Glad you're back with us, Erin.
this was a robust meeting, I would say. We had a lot of discussion and ideas, and thank you, everybody,
Thanks for all.
for being here. Did I miss anything this time?
Thank you. You did a great meeting.
Yeah.
Good job. That.
So is the meeting adjourned?
For official purposes, is there any public comment on any matter?
I think I forgot to say to everyone, Susie and Dora Lynn.
And Lori. Wasn't it
Maybe it
Lori?
wasn't Lori, maybe, or maybe it was Lori and not Dora Lynn. Who, and Mitch were
No,
all,
Dorlin, Mitch, and Lori, I thought.
or Lori,
Not
not
Susie.
Susie.
Were reappointed.
Whomever was up for reappointment has been officially reappointed by the commission.
If you recall, we started on staggered terms.
Yes.
We all started together, and so some of these guys were at the end of their term. So Mitch, who had only just been appointed to the last 2 months of a term, has been reappointed along with Dorlin and Lori. That happened at the commission
Yes.
meeting in MLA.
I think I forgot to announce that, so thanks, everyone.
Yes, thank you all. And with that, let's adjourn.
All right.
Good job.
Yeah. Now on the end. Yep.
This chair